Hey, sleepyheads. Hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep.
I met my roommate, Lena, on move-in day. She seemed normal, a little quiet, a little intense, but nothing weird. She was already in the dorm when I arrived, sitting cross-legged on the bed by the window, a book in her lap. She didn't look up right away when I walked in, just kept reading. "Hey," I said, dropping my bags. She turned her head slightly, as if she was only just noticing me. Then she smiled small, polite, calculated. "Hi," she said. Her voice was soft. She didn't say much else, just went back to her book while I unpacked. The room was small, like most dorms. 2 beds, 2 desks, a shared closet, bland beige walls, and a window that overlooked the courtyard. We made small talk, the usual questions. "What's your major? Where are you from? Do you know anyone here?" She answered each one simply, without elaborating. "English major, from 3 hours away. Didn't know anyone." Her voice was always quiet, measured, never hurried, never uncertain. That was my first impression of Lena. Strange, but not weird. At least, not yet. The first night I noticed something odd. I was lying in bed, exhausted from moving in, half asleep when I realized something. Lena hadn't turned off her light. I cracked one eye open. She was still sitting on her bed, still cross-legged, still reading. I blinked, groggy. "Hey, you going to sleep soon?" She turned a page. "I don't need much sleep." I frowned. "Lucky you," I muttered, rolling over. Maybe she was just a night owl. Maybe she had insomnia. I didn't think much of it. Until the next night. And the next. And the next. A week passed, and I had never not once seen Lena go to sleep. At first, I thought maybe she just stayed up later than me and woke up earlier. Maybe our schedules just didn't match. So one night, I tested it. I stayed up as long as I could, pretended to sleep, but kept sneaking glances at her. She never moved. She never lay down. She just sat on her bed, in the same cross-legged position, eyes locked on whatever book she was reading. At 3 a.m., my eyes started to sting. My head felt heavy. I drifted for a second, my body forcing itself into sleep. When I jolted awake, Lena was exactly the same. Same position, same book in her hands, but she wasn't turning pages anymore. She was just staring at me. I felt a chill crawl up my spine. "Lena?" My voice was hoarse. She blinked. Then slowly, she tilted her head. "Why are you awake?" she asked. My throat went dry. "Yeah." My brain scrambled for an excuse. Lena smiled, just slightly, just enough to look wrong. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned a page. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. By the second week, I started watching her more. I couldn't help it. It wasn't just that she didn't sleep. It was the way she moved, or rather how little she moved. She sat still for hours, never stretching, never shifting her weight. Even when she walked, her footsteps were too light, too careful. She never seemed tired, never yawned, never looked drained. I started asking questions, casually at first. "So what's your secret?" I joked one afternoon. "Caffeine? Superpowers?" Lena didn't laugh. "I just don't need much sleep," she said again. She said it the exact same way as before. Same voice, same tone, like she was reading a script. A shiver ran through me. I tried again. "Yeah, but do you take naps, sleep during the day?" She just smiled. I dropped it, but I started locking the door at night. The third week, things got worse. I started waking up in the middle of the night for no reason. Every time I'd glance at Lena's bed, expecting to see her sitting up like usual. But some nights, she wasn't on her bed. She was standing by the window, or by her desk, just standing there, not moving, not reading, just waiting. I never heard her get up, never heard footsteps. She was just there. One night, I woke up and felt off. I didn't know why at first. Then I realized the room was too quiet. Not just normal nighttime quiet, dead quiet. The kind of silence that makes your ears ring. I turned my head, and Lena was standing over my bed, staring at me. My breath caught in my throat. She was close, too close. Close enough that I could see the reflection of the hallway light in her wide, unblinking eyes. I went stiff. "Lena," I whispered. She didn't move, didn't blink, didn't react at all. I forced myself to sit up. My pulse pounded in my ears. What are you doing?" She tilted her head. "I was watching you," she murmured. My stomach twisted. "Why?" Her lips curled into that small, wrong smile. "I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep." A wave of nausea rolled through me. I forced a laugh, shaky and uneven. "That's really creepy." Lena didn't answer. She just watched me. Then, as if nothing happened, she turned and climbed back into bed. Saturday, cross-legged, opened her book. Like she hadn't just been standing over me in the dark. Like she hadn't just said something that made my skin crawl. I lay there, frozen. I wanted to believe it was sleepwalking. I wanted to believe she was just weird. But I didn't. I couldn't. Because as I lay there, wide awake, I heard something else. A whisper. Soft, faint, almost like a giggle. Not from Lena's bed. From the corner of the room. From the darkness. I squeezed my eyes shut. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. And I knew deep down I had to get out of this room. before it was too late. I woke up exhausted. Not physically, but mentally. That kind of exhaustion where your body isn't the problem, your mind is. The kind that sits in the back of your skull, weighing down every thought, making everything feel slightly off. I sat up slowly, rubbing my eyes. Lena was already awake. Of course she was. She was at her desk, sitting perfectly straight, fingers resting on an open book. She wasn't reading, though. She was just staring at the pages. I swallowed, my mouth dry. "Morning," I muttered. She didn't look up right away, just sat there, motionless. Then, like someone flipping a switch, she turned her head toward me, smiling. "Good morning." Her voice was too soft. I forced myself to act normal, reaching for my phone. 7:42 a.m. I had class in an hour. Lena still hadn't blinked. I swung my legs over the bed and stood up. I could feel her eyes following me, but I didn't look at her. "Did you sleep okay?" she asked. My stomach clenched. I forced a laugh. "Yeah, great." I grabbed my towel and headed for the door. The whole time, I felt like she was watching me go. I showered for longer than usual. I let the hot water run over my face, trying to scrub the night away, trying to forget the way Lena had stood over my bed, trying to forget what she had said. "I wanted to see what you look like when you sleep." A shiver ran through me. I took a deep breath, gripping the sink. I needed to talk to someone. After class, I found Maggie. We had met during orientation, and even though we weren't that close, she was the only person I trusted right now. I pulled her aside, glancing over my shoulder. Lena wasn't nearby. "I need to tell you something," I said quietly. Maggie raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" I hesitated. It sounded ridiculous in my head, but I couldn't keep this to myself anymore. "My roommate," I started. She doesn't sleep." Maggie gave a short laugh. "Oh man, one of those?" "No, Maggie." I looked at her, my stomach twisting. I have never not once seen her sleep. She just sits there, reading, watching. She doesn't even move." Maggie frowned. I swallowed, and last night I hesitated. The words felt heavy. I woke up, and she was standing over me. Maggie's expression changed. "She was just staring," I continued. "Didn't say anything for a while, just watching me. Then my throat closed up. Then she said she wanted to see what I looked like when I slept." Maggie's face scrunched in disgust. "Dude, that's what the hell." "I don't know," I whispered. "I don't know what to do." Maggie shook her head. "You need to report her." "To who? Housing?" "Yeah, this isn't normal, dude. What if she's, mentally unstable?" I swallowed hard. I had thought about that. But there was something else about Lena. Something that didn't make sense. Something that went beyond mental illness. Maggie must have seen it on my face. She put a hand on my arm. "Look, if you don't feel safe, you have to tell someone. You can crash in my dorm if you need to." I nodded. "Thanks." But deep down I knew. I had to go back. At least one more night. That night, I stayed up as late as I could. I sat at my desk, headphones on, pretending to study. Lena sat across from me, flipping through a book. She was too still. Every so often I glanced at her. Her eyes moved back and forth across the page, but her breathing never changed. It was subtle, but I noticed. She didn't take deep breaths, didn't sigh, didn't fidget. I felt my skin crawl. "What are you?" I turned back to my laptop, heart pounding. I had to try something. Something small. Something that wouldn't make her suspicious. Slowly, I reached out and knocked a pen off my desk. It rolled across the floor, landing right at Lena's feet. She didn't move, didn't look at it, didn't react at all. My stomach twisted. She should have noticed. Anyone would have. I swallowed, reaching down to grab the pen myself. When I sat back up, Lena was looking at me. I sucked in a breath. Her expression was blank, not surprised, not curious, just blank. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then she smiled. That same small smile, and went back to reading. I felt like I was going to throw up. I lay awake that night, staring at the ceiling. I could hear her turning pages. I had never been so aware of another person's presence before. I rolled onto my side, pulling the blanket up to my chin. My body begged for sleep, but I fought it. I just needed to see one thing. Just one moment. I needed to see her get tired. I needed to see her blink too long. Minutes passed, then an hour. And then I woke up. I didn't remember falling asleep, but the second my eyes opened, I knew. Something was wrong. I could feel it. The air was heavy. Still, I rolled over slowly, and my heart stopped. Lena wasn't in her bed. She wasn't at her desk. I knew where she was. I didn't want to look, but I had to. I turned my head. She was standing by the door, facing the wall, completely still. My mouth went dry. My fingers clenched the blanket. I should say something. Ask her what she was doing. But I didn't. I just lay there, watching her. I don't know how long I stayed awake, but eventually my body gave in. I woke up in the morning to my alarm. Lena was sitting at her desk, reading, as if nothing had happened. I showered in silence, got dressed in silence. I barely looked at Lena. I could feel her watching me, but I didn't react. I just grabbed my things and left the dorm. I needed space. I needed air. I needed to figure out what the hell was happening. At lunch, I sat across from Maggie, picking at my food. Maggie leaned in. "Did anything happen last night?" I hesitated. Then I nodded. Maggie's face darkened. "Dude, you need to get out of there." I swallowed hard. I know. But somehow I knew. Lena wasn't going to let me go that easily. I spent the entire day avoiding my dorm. I stayed in the library until my back ached from sitting in the same position for hours. When it closed, I wandered campus, pretending I had somewhere to be. I wasn't hungry, but I bought a sandwich just to waste time eating it. Anything to keep from going back to her. The whole time, my phone sat heavy in my pocket. I could go to housing, tell them I didn't feel safe, ask for a room transfer. But what would I even say? My roommate doesn't sleep. That wasn't a crime. It wasn't even against dorm rules. Even if I told them about the staring, the standing, the whispering at night, it wouldn't be enough. Not unless she actually did something. I could hear it now. She's just a little weird. Maybe she has insomnia. Maybe I was just imagining things. But I wasn't. And I knew, no matter how long I stayed out, I'd have to go back eventually. I took a deep breath before unlocking the door. The room was dark. For a split second, I thought she wasn't there, that maybe she had finally gone out. Then I saw her. She was sitting on her bed, legs crossed, hands resting on her lap. Her face was in shadow, but I could see the outline of her eyes open, watching. I swallowed hard and stepped inside. I set my bag down, moving slow, careful. My body felt too aware of everything. How loud my breathing was, how small the room felt. I turned on my desk lamp. A weak yellow glow filled the space. Lena still didn't move. "You were out late," she said softly. My fingers tensed on the strap of my bag. Yeah. I forced myself to act normal, took out my laptop, plugged in my phone, didn't look at her. She didn't ask where I was. She didn't ask what I was doing. She just sat there. I could feel her staring. I almost turned to her to say something, anything, but then she moved. Not much. Just her head tilting slightly. Her neck bending at an angle that wasn't natural. My stomach twisted. I forced my gaze back to my laptop. My hands were cold, fingers stiff. I couldn't be here anymore. Tomorrow, I'd talk to housing. Tomorrow, I'd be gone. I lay in bed with my back turned to her, forcing myself to breathe slow. I knew she was awake. I knew she was still sitting there. I kept my eyes shut, pretending to be asleep. A long, heavy silence stretched between us. Then, a rustle. Not loud, not obvious. Just the sound of fabric shifting. My fingers curled into the blanket. Then, soft and slow, a whisper. I barely heard it over my heartbeat. It wasn't my name. It wasn't words. It was just muttering. Quiet, too quiet. Like she was talking to herself. Or to something else. I squeezed my eyes shut. If I opened them, I'd see her sitting up. Or standing. Or worse, right beside my bed. I wanted to scream. Wanted to run. But I didn't. I just lay there. listening to whatever she was whispering. I don't know when I finally passed out, but when I woke up, Lena was standing by the closet, facing inside, perfectly still. I couldn't move, couldn't breathe. I wasn't dreaming. She was awake, and she was waiting for something. I barely got through the next day. I moved like a ghost, floating from class to class, barely hearing what anyone said. I didn't take notes, didn't eat. All I could think about was last night. What had she been whispering? What was she waiting for? I sat across from Maggie at lunch, barely touching my food. Maggie frowned. "Dude, you look like hell." I swallowed. "I need to get out of that room." "Did you tell housing yet?" I shook my head. She huffed. "Jesus, Ethan. What if she's dangerous?" That's what I was afraid of. But I didn't know how to prove it. I pushed my tray away. "I'll go after class." Maggie nodded. "Good. Do not sleep there tonight." Housing told me there were no available rooms. The girl at the desk didn't even look concerned. I stood there, my pulse hammering. "You don't understand. I can't stay there." She sighed. "Look, I can put you on the wait list, but we don't have an open bed right now." I gritted my teeth. "So I just have to deal with it." She gave me a sympathetic look that didn't reach her eyes. "We can schedule a meeting with both of you if there's a conflict." I laughed, actually laughed. A meeting, like this was a normal roommate problem. Like she just left dishes in the sink too long. "Forget it," I muttered, turning away. I walked out into the cold, the reality sinking in. I had to stay one more night. I texted Maggie. "Housing won't move me. I have to stay one more night." She texted back immediately. "Number sleep in my room. Your roommate won't let me." "Fuck her, sleep on the floor. I'm not letting you stay there. Asterisk, asterisk." I hesitated. I wanted to say yes, but I had to go back one last time. I had to know. I had to see what she did when she thought I was asleep. That night I set up my phone on my desk, propped up just enough to get a perfect view of Lena's bed. I hit record. Then I turned off the light. I lay down. I kept my breathing even. And I waited. The room was silent. I could hear the rustle of her pages turning. I kept my eyes shut. I didn't move. Then, a sound. So soft I almost missed it. Like bare feet touching the floor. I held my breath. Then, closer. Another soft step. The floor creaked. She was walking, coming toward me. My heart pounded. Then, nothing. I couldn't take it. I opened my eyes. Lena was standing over me. I didn't move. Didn't even breathe. She was so close. Too close. Then, finally, she spoke. A whisper. "You shouldn't have done that." I didn't sleep the night after I recorded Lena. I sat in the cafe, my coffee cold, my body running on nerves alone. The footage kept replaying in my head. The way she had leaned over me. The way she had just stood there, mouth open, not speaking, not blinking. And worst of all, the way she looked directly into the camera, smiled, and let me keep the recording. She wanted me to see it. I needed to get out. I spent the day packing my things. I told housing I needed to transfer immediately. When they said there were no open beds, I snapped. I don't care. I'll sleep in my car. I'll drop out. But I'm not staying in that room another night. The desperation in my voice must have done something, because the girl at the desk finally sighed and checked the system again. She found a single open spot in another dorm across campus. I didn't ask questions. I took it. I grabbed my stuff and left. Lena wasn't in the room when I moved out. Her bed was perfectly made. The closet door was slightly ajar, but I didn't dare look inside. I told myself not to think about the black book she had left on my bed. I walked out without touching it, without looking back. Maggie let me crash in her room for a few nights before I settled into my new place. I didn't tell anyone the full story. Not even Maggie. She asked once, "Did Lena say anything when you left?" I hesitated, then shook my head. She wasn't there. Maggie exhaled, running a hand through her hair. That's probably for the best. I nodded, forcing myself to agree. But part of me wondered if Lena had known. If she had let me leave. A week later, I got a text from a random number. I hesitated before opening it. "Lena, you left some things in the room. Want me to bring them to you?" I felt something cold crawl down my spine. I hadn't left anything behind. I was sure of it. I didn't respond. A few minutes later, she sent another text. "Lena, are you sure you don't want to come get them?" My stomach twisted. She knew. She was messing with me. I blocked the number. But even after that, I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't done with me. 2 weeks later, I was walking to class when I saw her. She was standing outside my old dorm building. Just standing there. Not talking to anyone. Not looking at her phone. Just standing. And she was watching me. My breath caught in my throat. For a second, I considered turning and walking the other way, pretending I hadn't seen her. But something in me snapped. I had spent weeks being afraid of her. I wasn't going to run. I walked straight up to her. She didn't blink, didn't react at all. She just smiled. That same small, unnerving smile. I clenched my fists. "What do you want?" Lena tilted her head. Then she finally spoke. "I liked being your roommate." My stomach twisted. I forced my voice to stay even. "You're not normal, Lena." Her smile widened. And for the first time she laughed. A soft, breathless laugh. "Normal?" she repeated. "What's that?" The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something was deeply wrong with her. I don't know if it was mental illness or something worse, but I knew I never wanted to see her again. I took a step back. "Stay away from me," I said, my voice cold. She didn't move, didn't react. She just smiled, watching me walk away. I never saw her again after that. For the rest of the semester, I avoided my old dorm building. I still don't know what was wrong with her. I don't know if she ever slept, if she ever blinked for too long. But I do know this. A few months later, I heard a rumor. Someone in my old dorm requested an emergency transfer. Same reason as me. They said their roommate never slept. I don't know where Lena is now. Maybe she found someone else to watch. Someone else to stand over in the middle of the night. Someone who won't be smart enough to leave. I just hope, wherever she is, she finally closed her eyes. Even if it was just once. I wouldn't have noticed them if they hadn't liked every single one of my posts. It started like any other notification. I was in bed, scrolling through Instagram before going to sleep, mindlessly double-tapping pictures of dogs and vacation spots I'd never afford. Then, a little red heart popped up at the bottom of my screen. "At ever watching, followed you." Weird username, but whatever. Probably a bot. I almost ignored it, but then more notifications flooded in. "At ever watching, liked your post." "At ever watching, liked your post." "At ever watching, liked your post." It kept going, every post. Not just the recent ones. They were liking everything. Old selfies, food pictures from 5 years ago, random sunsets, even cringy posts from when I first made my account in college. I sat up, suddenly uneasy. No one did that. Even the most obsessive followers only liked a handful of photos before moving on. This was different. I clicked on their profile. No posts, no profile picture, no bio. Just one thing. Following one. Me. A slow, uneasy chill crawled up my spine. I locked my phone and tossed it onto the nightstand. It was just some weirdo with too much time on their hands. Not a big deal. But as I lay there, trying to sleep, my brain kept going back to it. Why me? The next morning, I checked my phone. My stomach dropped. My notifications were full again, but this time it wasn't just likes. At ever watching posted a new photo. I hesitated before clicking on it. The image loaded. My heart stuttered. It was a picture of me. Not a new one, not something I'd posted recently. It was an old family vacation photo from when I was maybe 10 years old. I was standing on a beach, wearing a bright yellow swimsuit, grinning with a gap-toothed smile. I had never posted this picture. I had never even scanned this picture. My hands went cold as I stared at the screen. No caption, no comments, just me. I clicked back to their profile. The post count had gone from 0 to 1 overnight. I felt sick. I clicked the 3 dots in the corner and hit block. A little pop-up appeared. User not found. I blinked. What? I went back to my followers list, but they weren't there anymore. Their profile had vanished. I stared at my phone, my heart pounding. What the hell had just happened? Had they deleted their account? It didn't make sense. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was some weird glitch. But as I got ready for work, the uneasy feeling in my stomach didn't go away. By lunchtime, I had almost convinced myself I imagined it. Then, another notification popped up. At Ever Watching followed you. I stopped cold. I clicked their profile. No posts, no profile picture, no bio. Just one person followed. Me. I locked my phone, my pulse racing. I wasn't imagining this. They were messing with me. I tried to ignore it for the rest of the day. I told myself I didn't care, that it was just some troll. But when I got home that night, another notification came through. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I stared at it for a long time before opening it. It was another picture of me, this time from my high school graduation. I was standing with my parents, holding my diploma, wearing a cheap navy blue cap and gown. I had never posted this picture either. My breath hitched. Someone had access to my personal photos. My mind scrambled for an explanation. My social media was private. My old Facebook had been wiped years ago. My parents weren't even on Instagram. How the hell were they getting these? My hands trembled as I hit block again. User not found. I closed the app and opened my camera roll. The picture wasn't there. That didn't make sense. It should have been in one of my old albums. But it wasn't. I searched through my email, old cloud backups, even text messages from my parents. Nothing. I had no digital copy of that picture anywhere. So where had they gotten it? My stomach twisted as a horrible thought crossed my mind. Had they been inside my house? I forced a laugh at my own paranoia. Number that was ridiculous. They were probably just someone from my pasta high school classmate, an old acquaintance, someone who had access to my family's old photos. It had to be that. It had to be. But still, I checked my door lock twice before going to bed. That night, I dreamt about scrolling. Endless scrolling through pictures of myself. Some I recognized, others I had no memory of. And at the bottom of the feed, one last image. A picture of me sleeping. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. I grabbed it, my hands shaking. A new notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. My blood turned to ice. I didn't want to open it. I had to open it. The image loaded. I stopped breathing. It was a picture of me, taken from outside my bedroom window. I was asleep, curled up in bed, the soft glow of my bedside lamp barely illuminating my face. The angle was too perfect. Like someone had been standing in my backyard. My vision blurred, My heartbeat thundered in my ears. I shot out of bed and ran to the window. My breath came in ragged gasps as I yanked open the curtain. Darkness. The street was quiet, the backyard empty. But I felt it. I felt someone watching me. My phone buzzed again. I turned, my stomach lurching. Another notification. At ever watching is typing. I dropped my phone. I didn't want to see what they were about to say. I just wanted them to be gone. I stared at my phone, my pulse pounding so hard it hurt. At ever watching is typing. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't move. My fingers hovered over the screen, my whole body locked up, waiting for whatever message was coming. Then, just like that, it stopped. No message. No notification. Nothing. I waited, gripping the phone so tight my knuckles ached. The screen stayed blank. I felt a cold, crawling sensation spread through my chest. Had they changed their mind? Had they realized I was watching? I turned back toward the window, heart hammering. The backyard was still empty. The street was still quiet. But I felt it. I wasn't alone. I backed away, yanking the curtain shut so hard, the fabric bunched up. My breathing was uneven, my hands shaking as I opened the Instagram app. User not found. They were gone. Again. I let out a shaky breath, my head spinning. This wasn't normal. This wasn't just some troll. Who the hell had taken that picture? I swallowed hard, trying to think. I had to be rational. I had to be smart. Maybe my account had been hacked. That would explain the old pictures. Maybe someone had gotten into an old email account, found my private photos, and was messing with me. But that still didn't explain the picture of me sleeping. I needed proof. I opened my settings and checked my account security. No new logins, no suspicious activity. Then I opened my camera roll. The picture wasn't there. I knew it wouldn't be. But I checked anyway. I went through every folder, every album, even my cloud backup. Nothing. It was like the picture had never existed except that it did. Because I had just seen it. My fingers felt numb as I typed out a message to my best friend, Maddie. Me, hey, are you awake? She answered almost immediately. Maddie, yeah, what's up? I hesitated. I didn't even know how to start. Me, I think someone's messing with me. Maddie, what do you mean? Like a scammer? Me, number, it's on Instagram. This account keeps following me, posting pictures of me that I've never posted. I waited, my foot tapping anxiously against the hardwood floor. Maddie, wait, what? Like private pictures? Me, yes. And one of them, it's of me sleeping, taken from outside my window. The typing bubble appeared, then disappeared. Then, Maddie, call me, now. I didn't hesitate. She picked up on the first ring. Okay, start from the beginning. I took a deep breath and explained everything. The account, The old photos, the likes, the way they kept disappearing every time I tried to block them. When I got to the last part, the picture from outside my window, Maddie let out a slow breath. "That's not normal," she said. "That's not a hacker. That's someone who knows you." The words made my skin crawl. "Are you sure it's not an old Facebook album or something?" she asked. "Maybe your mom uploaded those pictures and this person found them." I shook my head, even though she couldn't see me. "Number," I checked. "Those pictures aren't online anywhere, and even if they were, it doesn't explain the last one." Maddie was quiet for a moment. "Okay," she said finally. "You need to call the cops." I let out a dry laugh. "And tell them what? That an Instagram account is following me?" "Tell them someone took a picture of you sleeping," she snapped. "That's stalking. That's serious." I ran a hand through my hair, pacing the room. "Okay," I said. "I'll call them." "Promise me." "I promise." But when we hung up, I just stood there, staring at my phone. Something inside me was screaming that this was bigger than just a stalker, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to know the truth. I didn't sleep. I kept my phone in my hand, staring at the screen, waiting for another notification, but nothing came. No new follows, no messages. At 4 a.m, I finally gave up and got into bed, keeping the lamp on. I lay there for a long time, my eyes burning from exhaustion. Every time I closed them, I saw that picture. The angle, the way my face was barely illuminated by the soft glow of my lamp. It was too perfect. Like whoever took it had been watching for a long time, waiting for the right moment. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, curling into myself. I was being paranoid. Right? I woke up to my phone buzzing. I jolted upright, heart racing. A new notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. My hands trembled as I clicked it. The picture loaded. It was of my front door. The time stamp, 3 a.m. I clamped a hand over my mouth, bile rising in my throat. I grabbed my phone and called Maddie. She picked up instantly. "What happened?" I couldn't even speak at first. My throat was too tight. Then finally, I choked out, "They were here." Maddie's breath hitched. "What?" I sent her the screenshot. "They took a picture of my door last night while I was asleep." There was silence on the other end. Then her voice, low and serious. "You're not at your place, are you?" I hesitated. "Pack a bag," she said. "Come, stay with me." I didn't argue. I threw clothes into a duffel, grabbed my keys and left. I didn't check the windows. I didn't check my phone. I just left. But as I drove to Maddie's apartment, one thought kept circling in my mind. If they had been outside my door, had they ever been inside? I didn't want to find out, but I knew deep down that this wasn't over. Not even close. Maddie didn't even wait for me to knock. She opened the door the second I reached her apartment. "Jesus," she muttered, pulling me inside. and locking the door behind me. You look like hell. I didn't sleep, I admitted. I kept waiting for another notification. She led me to the couch, shoving a blanket at me like that would somehow fix everything. I curled up, gripping my phone so tight my knuckles hurt. I don't get it, I whispered. I blocked them. Twice. How are they still finding me? Maddie sat down across from me, chewing on her lip. I don't know. But if they're taking pictures outside your place, that's stalking. We need to go to the cops. I exhaled through my nose. And say what? Hi, someone on Instagram is posting pictures of me, but they have no profile picture, no followers, and no account history, and they keep deleting themselves before I can block them. Maddie gave me a look. Number, you tell them someone is taking pictures of you in your sleep. I stared at the floor. I knew she was right, but something in me resisted the idea, because this didn't feel like a normal stalker. I'd had creepy DMs before, weird messages from guys who didn't understand boundaries, but this wasn't that. This was something else. Maddie sighed. Okay, look, we'll go to the police first thing in the morning, but tonight you stay here. I'll sleep in the living room with you. I nodded weakly, feeling the exhaustion settle into my bones. For the first time in days, I actually felt safe. That lasted until 3 o'clock. I woke up suddenly, my skin ice cold. I didn't know why at first. Then I heard it. A buzz. My phone. I grabbed it, my stomach twisting. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I sat up so fast the blanket slid off me. My hands were shaking as I opened the notification. The picture loaded. It wasn't of my front door this time. It was of Maddie's front door. I stared at it, my heart pounding in my ears. The timestamp was from 2 minutes ago. They were here. I reached over and shook Maddie hard. Wake up. She groaned. What? I shoved the phone in her face. Look. She blinked at the screen, still half asleep. Then her face changed. She sat up instantly. Oh, hell no. We both turned to look at the front door. It was locked. The chain was still in place. Everything looked fine. But someone had been right outside. I got up, my body moving on autopilot. I crept toward the peephole, barely breathing. I hesitated before looking through it. Empty. No one was there. I turned back to Maddie. We need to call the cops. She was already dialing. 20 minutes later, a police officer knocked on the door. Officer Grant. Of course it was him. He took one look at me and sighed. Another Instagram post? I nodded, shoving my phone at him. He scrolled through the pictures, his brow furrowing. This isn't a prank, I said before he could speak. They're following me. He glanced at Maddie's front door, then back at me. And you're sure you don't recognize the username? I clenched my jaw. Number, and I know what you're going to say it. It's probably someone from your past, but I checked. There's no trace of these photos anywhere online. Not on old accounts, not on Facebook, not even in my family's emails. He didn't look convinced. I exhaled, trying to steady myself. "Can you check the security cameras in the building?" Grant glanced at Maddie, then nodded. "Yeah, let me talk to your landlord." We waited, barely speaking. My foot tapped anxiously against the carpet, my stomach twisting itself in knots. Maddie sat next to me, arms crossed. "If the footage doesn't show anyone, I'm going to lose my mind." I didn't respond, because deep down I already knew what we were going to see. 30 minutes later, Grant was back. His expression told me everything. I swallowed hard. No one was there, was there? He shook his head. "I watched the footage from the last 2 hours. No one approached your door. No one stood outside your apartment." Maddie cursed under her breath. I felt lightheaded. "That's not possible. The post went up at 2:58. They had to be there." Grant exhaled through his nose. "Look, I'm not saying you're making this up, but if someone was standing at the door, we'd see them on the camera." I shook my head. "Then explain how they got that picture." He didn't have an answer. Maddie stood up, running a hand through her hair. "Okay, so what now? You're telling me a person wasn't here, but a picture was taken?" Grant rubbed his jaw, his frustration barely hidden. "I don't know. Maybe someone doctored it. Maybe it's an old photo, and they're messing with the timestamps." I let out a sharp, humorless laugh. "They posted a picture of me sleeping. When did they doctor that?" Silence. Grant sighed. "I'll file a report. But unless we have actual evidence of a crime, there's not much else we can do." Maddie threw her hands up. "So what? She's just supposed to live like this." I tuned them out. Something about this felt wrong. Not just the posts, not just the photos. The way the police kept finding nothing. The way the account kept deleting itself before I could block it. The way no one ever saw them. I rubbed my arms, trying to shake the cold feeling that had settled deep in my bones. Grant handed me a card. "Call if anything escalates." I didn't even take it. Because I knew, deep down, that it wasn't going to help. This wasn't just a stalker. This wasn't just some hacker messing with me. This was something else. And I didn't think the cops could stop it. That night, Maddie forced me to stay at her place again. She set up a makeshift bed on the couch, double-checked the locks, and sat up with me until exhaustion finally won. I didn't dream. I didn't wake up gasping for air. I just woke up. And the first thing I saw was my phone screen. Lit up, waiting. A new notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I grabbed it, already feeling sick. The picture loaded. It was a screenshot. A screenshot of me and Maddie, sitting on the couch, from inside the apartment. I dropped the phone. My stomach flipped. My hands went numb. Maddie picked it up, her face draining of color. She turned, looking around the apartment like she expected someone to be standing there. "Check the front door," she whispered. I didn't move. I already knew no one was there. Because they didn't need to come inside. They were already watching. I didn't move. I couldn't. Maddie was still holding my phone, staring at the screen like she was expecting the picture to change, like it would suddenly make sense if she just looked at it long enough. But it wouldn't. Because the photo was real. Because someone had taken it. And we hadn't heard a single sound. The only thing I could hear now was my own breathing, shallow and uneven. Maddie finally tore her eyes away from the phone and looked at me. "This isn't possible," she whispered. I wanted to laugh, but the sound got caught in my throat. I wanted to say, "I know." Instead, I just sat there, staring at the walls, at the door, at the windows. They were locked. Everything was locked. So how? I forced myself to move. My hands were shaking as I took my phone back and scrolled through the post again. No caption, no comments, just us, sitting in the exact spots we were still in. I checked the timestamp. 3:00 a.m. Of course. Maddie swallowed. "We need to leave. Right now." I didn't argue. I grabbed my keys and my bag with the few things I had packed, and we were out the door in less than 2 minutes. We barely spoke as we got into her car, the doors slamming shut in sync. It wasn't until we pulled out onto the street that I let myself breathe again. Maddie's hands were gripping the steering wheel so tightly her knuckles had gone white. I stared out the window, watching as her apartment disappeared behind us. I had never felt so relieved to leave a place before. But even as we drove, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't actually leaving. Because wherever we went, I knew they would still be watching. Maddie pulled into an all-night diner on the other side of town. She didn't even ask if I was hungry. She just parked, shut off the engine, and turned to me. "Okay," she said. "We need to figure this out." I just nodded. I didn't even know where to start. Maddie ran a hand through her hair, exhaling hard. "So let's go over what we know. This account, whoever they are, has access to pictures of you that shouldn't exist online." "Right. And they're able to take new pictures without ever being seen." "Yeah." She hesitated. "And now they're inside." The word "inside" made my stomach flip. I rubbed my arms, trying to stop the shivering. The diner was warm, but I couldn't shake the cold feeling. Maddie pulled out her phone and started scrolling. "There has to be something we can do. Maybe track the IP address, or..." I already knew where this was going. "It won't work," I said. She frowned. "You don't know that." "I do," I said quietly, "because this isn't normal." Maddie stared at me. For a second, I thought she was going to argue, but then she just sighed and put her phone down. I don't think either of us wanted to say it. That this wasn't just some stalker. That this wasn't just someone messing with me. That this was something else. I exhaled shakily. If we can't stop them, then what do we do? Maddie leaned back against the booth, staring at the ceiling like the answer was written up there. "I don't know," she admitted, "but we have to do something." I nodded, because I knew one thing for sure. I couldn't keep living like this. We stayed at the diner until sunrise. Neither of us wanted to go back to her apartment. Instead, we booked a cheap hotel room across town, one of those places with dim yellow lighting and sheets that smelled like they had been washed too many times. It didn't feel safe, but at least it wasn't home. Maddie passed out almost immediately, curled up under the thin blankets, her breathing deep and steady. I lay awake, staring at the ceiling. My phone sat on the nightstand. I was too afraid to touch it, too afraid to check. I kept waiting for the buzz, for another notification, but it never came. I should have felt relieved. Instead, I felt watched. I must have dozed off at some point, because the next thing I knew, Maddie was shaking me awake. "Check your phone," she said. My heart dropped. I grabbed it with numb fingers, my breath catching in my throat. One new notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I clicked it, and the world tilted. It was a picture of us, in the hotel room, taken from the foot of the bed. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking violently. Maddie picked it up, her face going pale. I scrambled out of bed, flipping on the lights. The room was empty. The door was still locked. The windows were shut. But someone had been inside. Maddie's voice was barely above a whisper. "We have to leave." I nodded. We didn't even pack our things. We just ran. I don't remember much after that. I don't remember where we drove. I just remember not stopping until the sun was high in the sky. When we finally pulled over at another hotel miles away, in another town entirely, I felt like my whole body was about to collapse. Maddie sat in the driver's seat, gripping the wheel, staring straight ahead. She hadn't spoken since we left. Neither had I. Because we both knew this wasn't over. Not even close. And the worst part, I wasn't sure if it ever would be. Addie and I sat in the car for a long time, parked in front of the motel. Neither of us spoke. We hadn't since we left the last place. I was gripping my phone, afraid to check, afraid of another notification, afraid to see another picture proving that no matter how far we ran, they were always ahead of us. But nothing came. For the first time in days, my notifications were empty. No follows, no likes, no new photos. That should have been a relief. Instead, it felt worse. Maddie finally exhaled, rubbing a hand over her face. "Okay," she said, voice hoarse from exhaustion. "We need a plan." I nodded, staring out at the empty parking lot. "Yeah." Silence stretched between us. Neither of us had anything to offer. Because deep down, we both knew the truth. We didn't have a plan. We were just running. And no matter where we went, they would find us. Maddie straightened suddenly. "Wait." I turned to her. "Your first post," she said. "The first one they uploaded. What was it?" My stomach twisted. A childhood photo, a family vacation. "Okay." And then the graduation picture. I nodded slowly. Right. She grabbed her phone and started typing something, and then it escalated. Your front door, then the one at my place, then the hotel. I shifted uncomfortably. Yeah, why? She turned the screen toward me. I blinked. It was an old article, a missing persons case. A girl. She looked around my age. Dark hair, round face, a familiar gap between her two front teeth. My stomach dropped. Maddie scrolled down. The details were sparse. Disappeared at 8 years old. Never found. I looked at her. What is this? Maddie hesitated. The username, ever watching. It felt specific, like they were waiting for something. I didn't like where this was going. She exhaled sharply. I searched missing kids from our area. This was the first one I found. I shook my head. That doesn't mean anything. Doesn't it? I clenched my jaw. Number it doesn't. Maddie sighed, but she didn't argue. We checked into the motel. It smelled like cigarettes and bleach. The wallpaper was peeling at the edges, the kind of place people disappeared from. Maddie took first watch. She sat by the window, peeking through the curtains. I lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. I don't remember falling asleep, but I remember waking up. My phone buzzed on the nightstand. My heart seized. I grabbed it, hands cold and numb. One notification. At Ever Watching posted a new photo. I didn't want to open it. I had to open it. The picture loaded. It wasn't of a door. It wasn't of a window. It was of a mirror. A bathroom mirror. And in the reflection, I saw myself, standing behind me, in the dark, watching. I screamed. Maddie jolted awake, knocking over the chair. What? What happened? I couldn't breathe. My body felt frozen, like if I turned around I'd see her. The version of me from the photo. I shoved the phone at Maddie. Her face drained of color. She bolted up, ran to the bathroom, and ripped open the door. Empty. Nothing. Just a tiny cracked mirror above the sink. I shook violently, gripping the bedspread. This isn't real, I whispered. Maddie turned to me, eyes wide. She didn't say anything, because she didn't have to. We both knew. This was real, and I didn't know how to stop it. By morning we were done. We left the motel without looking back. I turned off my phone, deleted my social media, everything. I wanted it gone. Maddie drove in silence. We didn't have a destination. We just drove. I stared out the window, watching trees blur past. I felt hollow, like part of me had been taken, like part of me was still watching. 3 months later, I got a new phone. New number, new accounts. I didn't tell anyone, not even Maddie. I didn't post, didn't interact, didn't give anyone a reason to find me. And for a while, nothing happened. I almost believed it was over. Then last night, My phone buzzed. I froze. My heart stopped. A new notification. A friend request. From a username I didn't recognize. But I knew who it was. I didn't check. I didn't look. I just stared at my reflection in the black screen of my phone. Because deep down, I already knew what I would see. I knew it wasn't over. Because she was still there. Still watching. Waiting for me to let her in. I didn't even want that extra shift tonight. When my manager asked me, I almost said no, but then I remembered rent was due soon, and I didn't have much choice. Still, clocking out past midnight at a rundown diner off Route 27 wasn't exactly my idea of a good time. As I walked across the parking lot to my old Nissan, I felt the usual unease that came from being out late alone. It wasn't paranoia exactly, just an awareness that I was vulnerable. I'd been working at Stella's diner for almost 3 months, and nothing bad had happened yet. But there was always that first time, wasn't there? I glanced around the parking lot, empty as usual. A faint buzz from the neon sign overhead, moths dancing around its dim glow, quiet enough to make you nervous. Sliding into the driver's seat, I locked the doors quickly, force of habit. The engine sputtered a bit, like always, before finally humming to life. I turned onto the main road, heading towards the stretch of rural highway that separated town from the small apartment complex I'd moved into a few months back. Driving home had always made me anxious. There were long stretches with no lights, nothing but trees and fields on either side. Tonight, though, I was more tired than scared. I turned the radio on low, hoping the music would calm my nerves. About 10 minutes into the drive, I saw a pair of headlights appear behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention. Cars passed through here occasionally, even late at night. But after a couple miles, I realized the lights hadn't moved back or forward, just stayed there, pacing me. They were dimmed slightly, and the car, whatever it was, had no front license plate. My heart picked up speed a little. I tried to shake it off. It was probably nothing, just another driver headed the same direction. But each minute that passed made that explanation less believable. After a while, my fingers tightened on the wheel. The car still hovered behind me, close enough to make it uncomfortable, but far enough away to keep its details hidden. I accelerated gently, hoping they'd either fall behind or decide to pass. They sped up too, maintaining exactly the same distance. "All right," I whispered nervously. "Let's see how far you're willing to go." Up ahead, I knew there was a gas station off the next exit, small, brightly lit, comforting. I took the turn slowly, watching the mirror carefully. The car didn't follow me off the exit, but as I pulled into the station and parked near the pumps, I could see it clearly. Just waiting on the shoulder, about half a mile down the road, its headlights dimmed even further now. It was a dark sedan, impossible to identify in the shadows. My mouth went dry. They weren't even trying to hide. Inside the gas station, the clerk barely glanced up from his magazine. A teenage kid, face bored and tired. "Can I help you?" he mumbled, flipping the page. "No, just, bathroom?" "Back corner," he nodded, not bothering to look at me. I walked to the bathroom, pulse still thumping. I splashed cold water onto my face, trying to steady my breathing. Maybe I was overreacting. Maybe it was just some kids messing around. I called my sister twice, but each call went straight to voicemail. She was probably asleep. I took a deep breath and stepped back into the store. "Everything all right?" the kid asked. This time he looked at me closely, his gaze lingering a second too long. "Yeah, just tired." My voice came out shakier than I intended. Back outside, the car was still there, watching. I felt anger mix with the fear. Who did they think they were, doing this? Determined, I got back into my Nissan and headed in the opposite direction, deciding to loop back around town. I knew the back roads well enough to confuse them. But as I navigated the winding, narrow lanes, my stomach sank. A familiar set of dim headlights appeared behind me once again. Impossible, but unmistakable. They'd found me easily. I gripped the wheel harder, knuckles white, trying not to panic. This wasn't random. Someone wanted something. I'd heard horror stories about situations like this, warnings whispered at work, but I never thought it would actually happen to me. Think. I had to think. Up ahead was the local police station, small but staffed around the clock. They'd help. They had to. The sight of the old brick building with a police cruiser parked out front flooded me with relief. I pulled into the lot quickly and practically ran inside, glancing back one last time. The mysterious car passed slowly, never pausing. I exhaled shakily, feeling the fear finally begin to drain away. I'd made it. Inside the small station, fluorescent lights flickered softly overhead. An officer sat at the front desk, sipping from a mug, staring at a computer monitor. He glanced up when he heard the door. "Late night?" He offered a half smile, his eyes tired but friendly enough. "I think someone was following me," I stammered, words tumbling out in a rush. "They followed me all the way here." He leaned forward, expression suddenly more alert. "Really? Can you describe the car?" It was a dark sedan, no plates, dim headlights. They followed me from the diner I work at, Stella's on 27. His expression shifted slightly, a flicker of recognition crossing his eyes before it vanished. "Stella's, huh? You new in town?" I hesitated, caught off guard by his casual tone. Yeah. Moved here a few months ago. Is that important?" He shrugged lightly, glancing briefly out the window towards the road. "Just curious. People notice strangers around here. Not much happens, so when something does, everyone knows." I nodded slowly, unease creeping back into my chest. He seemed distracted, glancing outside repeatedly, as if waiting for something or someone. "I'm going to use the restroom real quick, okay?" I asked, my voice thin. He nodded, still watching me carefully. "Sure, back on the left." Once inside, I locked the door immediately. My heart racing again, I dialed my sister one last time, hoping desperately she'd pick up. Just as her voicemail began, the bathroom door swung open sharply, the lock useless. The officer stood there, calm but unsmiling, blocking the doorway. "They said you might stop here," he said quietly. And suddenly, I knew with chilling certainty that this night was far from over. My heart hammered against my ribs as the phone slipped through my fingers and crashed to the tiled floor. It cracked loudly, the screen shattering into a spiderweb of broken glass. The officer's eyes flicked downward at the noise, then back up to meet mine. He still wore the calm, unreadable expression from moments before, but something in his stare now made me feel exposed, cornered. "They've been watching you since you moved here," he said quietly. He didn't step forward or threaten me openly. He didn't have to. His presence alone was enough to paralyze me. "You've been here a few months, but you keep to yourself. No friends in town, no connections. People around here notice that." I took a shaky breath, willing my voice not to tremble. "Who are they, and what do you want with me?" He leaned casually against the doorframe, his arms folded across his chest. It was the kind of easy posture someone might adopt while chatting with a friend about the weather, not confronting a frightened woman trapped in a bathroom. That casualness terrified me more than outright aggression would have. "You see, this town isn't like other places. People here take care of each other. We notice strangers, especially ones who don't fit." He tilted his head slightly, studying me as though I was a puzzle he was struggling to solve. "You're a stranger." "I don't understand," I whispered, barely able to push the words out past the tightness in my throat. "I've never bothered anyone. I work, I go home, that's all I do." "That's exactly the problem," he replied evenly. "You never made an effort to belong. You're still an outsider, and people here, they like to know who's passing through, who's staying, who's safe." I glanced desperately around the tiny bathroom, looking for any possible escape route, but there was nothing. A small window sat high on the wall, too narrow and far too high up to offer any real hope. My only way out was through him. He must have seen the panic rise in my eyes, because he sighed softly, shaking his head as if disappointed. "Look, if you cooperate, things will be easier. They asked me to make sure you stayed here until they came back. Just answer a few questions, that's all." "Questions?" My voice sounded distant, hollow to my own ears. "What kind of questions?" "Simple ones." He gestured toward the sink. "Like, why are you here? Where'd you come from? What are you running from? People don't come to towns like ours without a reason." "I'm not running from anything," I insisted weakly, but even as the words came out, they felt untrue. Maybe I hadn't admitted it to myself, but moving here had been an escape, an attempt to leave behind the mess I'd made of my life elsewhere. It wasn't a dark secret, but it wasn't something I'd ever spoken about either. He smiled slightly, as if sensing my hesitation. "That's what they all say at first, but there's always something. Nobody ends up here by accident." The sudden sound of the police station's front door opening jolted us both. The officer straightened instantly, listening intently as heavy footsteps echoed down the hall toward us. "Hey, Bobby, you got her in there," a gruff voice called out. I recognized the voice as belonging to another officer, older sounding, harsher. Bobby stepped back from the doorway, still watching me carefully. "Yeah, she's right here." Another figure appeared in the doorway behind him, a taller man, broad-shouldered, with hard eyes that swept over me in an instant, appraising me like livestock. "Is she talking yet?" "Not much," Bobby answered quietly. The taller officer sighed, stepping closer to me. He stood a foot taller than Bobby, intimidating even in silence. Listen carefully, he said sharply, authority dripping from each syllable. This doesn't have to be hard. You tell us what you're doing here, exactly why you chose our town, and who you really are, and maybe you'll leave this building in one piece. My chest tightened. I'm exactly who I say I am. I swear to you. I just needed a fresh start. His gaze darkened. Fresh start from what? My life. I whispered, voice breaking. I had trouble at home. Money, relationships, everything fell apart. I chose this place at random on a map. I thought it seemed quiet, safe. The two officers exchanged a glance. The taller man snorted derisively. See, that's the problem. Everyone thinks places like this are safe. Quiet towns, friendly neighbors. But towns like ours have to work at staying safe, and we don't like strangers who refuse to be known. I'll leave, I said quickly, panic threading through my voice. Tonight, right now, you'll never see me again, I promise. It's not that simple anymore, Bobby said softly, almost apologetically. You know too much. You've seen too much. My head spun with confusion. I haven't seen anything. I don't understand any of this. The taller officer stepped forward until his shadow fell over me completely. You noticed the car tonight, didn't you? The one following you. Most people wouldn't even realize they were being watched. But you noticed. You reacted. That means you're hiding something, or you're smart enough to know when you're being hunted. I shook my head, tears stinging my eyes. I'm not hiding anything. I was just scared. Exactly, Bobby murmured from behind the taller man. Fear means awareness, and we can't have people who pay attention passing through without keeping tabs on them. Keeping tabs? I asked, dread pooling in my stomach. You can call it insurance, the taller officer said calmly. We make sure anyone who knows about us doesn't leave without an understanding. You'll stay here tonight while we figure out what to do with you. No, I said faintly, backing against the wall. You can't do this. People know I'm here. My sister. She won't find you, Bobby said gently, shaking his head. No one ever does. People disappear from towns like this all the time. It's just a story on the news somewhere else. The taller man smiled coldly. Welcome home. They both stepped away then, closing the door firmly behind them. I heard the soft click of the lock from the other side. I sank slowly to the cold tile floor, trying desperately to control the trembling that shook my entire body. In the silent, empty bathroom, I finally understood. The car that followed me wasn't just intimidation. It was a test, and I had failed. Now, trapped inside the station, surrounded by people who had decided I was theirs to keep, I knew with certainty I might never leave this town alive. I sat alone on the cold bathroom floor, my breathing ragged, my mind racing through every possible escape scenario. The cracked phone lay beside me, its broken screen flickering faintly in the dim fluorescent light. I stared at it desperately, as if sheer willpower might somehow repair it and let me call for help. But it was useless. They had trapped me here, and my chances of getting out on my own felt terrifyingly slim. I pulled my knees close to my chest, trying to stop shaking, trying to think clearly. What was this place? Who were these people? I'd moved here precisely because it was quiet, because nothing ever happened. Now it felt like that quiet had been a deliberate illusion, a mask to hide something sinister underneath. I listened carefully at the door, straining to hear any snippets of conversation between the officers, any clue as to what they planned to do next. Their voices were muffled but audible, drifting in low, cautious tones from the station's main room. "Can't just let her leave. She already knows too much," the taller officer said. His voice carried authority, a cold pragmatism that chilled me to the bone. Bobby replied, quieter, almost hesitant. "But what are we supposed to do? She hasn't actually done anything. Maybe she really is just a normal person passing through." "That's not your call," the other man snapped sharply. "The rules exist for a reason. Anyone who suspects something is off here can't be allowed to go." My stomach churned at his words. What exactly were they hiding in this town that justified kidnapping or worse? What rules was he talking about? I pressed my ear tighter against the door, desperate to catch anything else useful, but their conversation trailed off into silence. The station was quiet again, except for the faint buzzing of the overhead lights. That quiet was somehow more oppressive than the arguing had been. I forced myself to stand up, ignoring the shakiness in my legs. Sitting on the floor wouldn't help. I had to find another way out. Moving quietly, I examined the tiny room again. The high window above the sink was still there, narrow but just big enough that I might squeeze through. But the window was at least 8 feet off the floor, higher than I could comfortably reach. I glanced around, my eyes landing on the cheap plastic trash can near the sink. It wouldn't support my weight long, but maybe long enough to climb through if I was fast. I grabbed it, placing it upside down beneath the window, and tested it gingerly with one foot. It shifted a bit, unsteady beneath me, but held. I took a deep breath, my pulse racing again, and stepped carefully onto it, bracing myself against the cold porcelain sink. Stretching upward, I just managed to grab the metal latch of the window, turning it slowly to avoid making any noise. My heart skipped as it creaked slightly. I froze, holding my breath, waiting for any sign the officers had heard. Seconds passed, nothing. I exhaled softly and pushed the window outward, wincing again at the soft squeal of the hinges. But no one came. Cool night air rushed in, fresh and inviting, filling my lungs and renewing my hope. I could see the dark parking lot behind the building, quiet and empty. Freedom was only inches away. I reached up further, gripping the sill tightly with both hands, preparing to haul myself up and through the small opening. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the hallway again, heavy and purposeful, heading toward the bathroom door. Panic surged through me like electricity. My fingers lost their grip momentarily, and I slipped backward off the trash can. I caught myself awkwardly against the wall, gasping in pain as my ankle twisted sharply beneath me. The bathroom door rattled loudly. "Everything all right in there?" Bobby's voice asked firmly. "Fine," I managed to say, my voice strained. "I just lost my balance." He hesitated, the pause heavy and suspicious. "Step away from the door," he finally said, voice harder than before. "We're coming in." My heart sank as the lock clicked loudly and the door swung open again. Both officers stood there, expressions dark. Bobby glanced immediately at the window, then at the overturned trash can. His face tightened. "What were you planning exactly?" the taller officer asked coldly, his voice dangerously calm. "I just needed fresh air." I lied weakly, the words sounding pathetic even to me. He shook his head slowly. That's your last mistake. You don't seem to realize how serious this is. We're not playing games here. I told you, I said desperately, anger creeping into my fear. I'm not a threat. I don't know anything about your town, your secrets. I just want to leave. It's too late for that, he said sharply, stepping closer. You already broke the trust we tried to offer. You attempted to escape. That's enough for us to know we can't ever let you leave. My chest tightened painfully at his words. What are you going to do with me? The taller officer glanced at Bobby, who was watching silently, his expression tense but resigned. Take her downstairs. We'll keep her there until the others decide. Bobby nodded, stepping forward reluctantly. Come on, he murmured quietly, reaching to grip my arm. Don't make this harder. I jerked away instinctively, my ankle flaring with pain. Please, you don't have to do this. He hesitated, looking away, unable to meet my pleading gaze. I don't have a choice, he whispered, almost apologetically. Neither do you. He took my arm again, firmer this time, guiding me toward the back of the station. I limped alongside him, glancing frantically around for anyone else who might help me, but the station was deserted. There were no witnesses, no one to see or care what was happening. He led me through a heavy metal door, down a narrow staircase that smelled damp and moldy. At the bottom was a dark hallway with several locked doors on each side, dim bulbs flickering weakly above us. He unlocked one, ushering me inside before stepping back out quickly. The room was tiny, bare concrete walls, and a single cot pushed against the far corner. No windows, no furniture beyond the bed. A prison cell, essentially. You can't leave me here, I whispered, voice shaking. Bobby looked at me one last time, genuine regret visible in his eyes. I'm sorry, he murmured quietly, almost too softly to hear. Then he closed the heavy door, locking it with a loud click that echoed through the empty hallway. I sank slowly onto the cot, despair closing in around me. I'd come here seeking safety, anonymity, a fresh start. Instead, I'd found a nightmare, trapped by people who saw my very presence as a threat. I knew deep down that if I didn't find a way out soon, I might never see daylight again. I sat motionless on the thin cot, shivering slightly as the damp chill of the basement seeped through my skin. It felt like hours since Bobby had locked me in, but without any window or clock, time didn't exist. My ankle throbbed faintly from the earlier fall, each pulse a sharp reminder of just how trapped I was. The silence down here was absolute, oppressive. I strained to hear any sound from upstairs, voices, footsteps, anything to suggest someone might still be around, but all I heard was my own ragged breathing and the steady hum of distant machinery. Probably the building's heating system, just another indifferent witness to my captivity. How had things come to this so quickly? Only a few hours ago I was finishing a shift at the diner, tired but completely unaware that my life was about to change. And now, here I was, locked in a basement beneath a police station in a town I'd foolishly thought would offer peace and anonymity. Instead, it had stripped away my freedom, my trust, and possibly even my future. I forced myself to stand up again, ignoring the shooting pain in my ankle. Limping slightly, I paced the tiny cell, tracing my fingertips along the rough concrete walls. searching for anything that might help me escape a loose brick, a hidden latch, anything. But the room had clearly been designed precisely for holding someone like me, someone they deemed a threat, and the walls gave away nothing. I slumped back onto the cot, defeated and exhausted. My thoughts spiraled, replaying everything Bobby and the other officer had said. They had spoken about rules, about watching strangers, but why? What were they so desperate to protect that they'd go to these lengths? The paranoia of a small town couldn't fully explain it. There had to be something more, something hidden beneath the surface of their quiet, carefully maintained lives. I had nearly fallen asleep, my mind clouded with hopelessness, when I heard a sound from outside the cell door, a faint metallic clicking, followed by footsteps approaching cautiously. My body tensed instantly, adrenaline flooding through me. The footsteps paused outside my door, and I held my breath, listening carefully. The lock scraped softly, and the door opened just enough to let a narrow sliver of dim hallway light enter. I stood up abruptly, bracing myself for whatever would come next. To my surprise, Bobby stepped inside, closing the door quietly behind him. He didn't switch on the light, leaving us both in near darkness, illuminated only by faint cracks of hallway light seeping beneath the door. His expression was tense, conflicted. "What do you want?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. He held up his hand slightly, a calming gesture. "Just listen, okay? I don't have much time. They'll notice I'm gone." I eyed him warily, skeptical. Why should I trust anything you say? "You shouldn't," he admitted quietly, "but right now, I'm the only chance you've got." I crossed my arms, keeping a cautious distance. "Then tell me what's going on here. Why did they lock me up? What is this place hiding?" Bobby sighed deeply, rubbing his face with one hand, clearly exhausted. "This town, it's not normal. People come here to get away from something. You know that already. But it's more than that. People here like control. They like to know who's passing through. They like things to stay predictable, and when someone disrupts that, they panic." I shook my head slowly. "That's still not a reason to kidnap someone." "I know," Bobby murmured, a note of genuine shame creeping into his voice. "But once you're in this deep, there's no turning back. They think you know too much now. They think you're dangerous because you noticed what they were doing." "I don't know anything," I said desperately. "I was just scared." He nodded grimly. "Exactly. You reacted differently than others do. You didn't just shrug off the car following you. You went to the police. To them, that means you're observant, maybe too observant. That's why they decided to bring you in." I stared at him, incredulous. "So what? They're just going to keep me here forever?" He hesitated, looking uncomfortable. "Not exactly. They'll hold you until they figure out what you know. And after that," his voice trailed off. "What?" I pressed, fear climbing back into my throat. "What happens after that?" He looked away, unable to meet my eyes. "They'll do whatever it takes to keep the town safe, to keep their secrets safe." A chill ran through me, colder than anything the basement had offered so far. "You have to help me get out. Please, Bobby. You don't seem like them. You're not cruel." He laughed bitterly, the sound hollow and devoid of humor. "You think I have a choice in any of this? I'm just as trapped as you are. You're standing here right now. You opened the door. That's a choice." He looked at me for a long moment, his expression filled with conflict. I could see clearly that he was struggling with himself, his loyalties divided. Finally, he shook his head softly. "Fine. If I help you get out, you can never come back here. You can't call the police from another town. You have to disappear completely. Can you do that?" "Yes," I said quickly, relief surging through me. "Absolutely." He nodded, seemingly convinced. "All right. There's an exit at the end of the hallway. It leads outside, near the woods. Follow the tree line until you reach the old service road. It'll lead you back toward Route 27, but you need to move fast. Once they notice you're gone, they'll be after you." "What about you?" I asked, suddenly concerned for him despite everything he'd done. He shrugged helplessly. "I'll figure something out. Just go now before I change my mind." I didn't hesitate. He led me quietly down the dark hallway, past the locked doors that presumably hid others, and stopped at a rusted metal door marked maintenance. He unlocked it carefully, glancing nervously over his shoulder. "Once you're out there, keep moving. Don't stop for anything. And if anyone asks, you were never here. You never saw any of this." I nodded quickly, adrenaline already flooding through me again. "Thank you," I whispered genuinely, seeing the fear and guilt etched deeply into his face. "Don't thank me yet," he said, his voice grim. "You're not safe until you're far from here. Now go." I stepped into the cool night air, feeling freedom flood my lungs for the first time in hours. The trees loomed dark and silent ahead, offering both cover and a threat. Behind me, Bobby watched silently from the doorway, his figure silhouetted in the faint hallway light. I gave him one final nod, then turned and ran as best I could with my injured ankle, pushing through the pain, desperate to put as much distance between myself and the station as possible. As the darkness of the woods enveloped me, I allowed myself a brief surge of hope. I was out, free for now, but Bobby's warning echoed clearly in my mind. I wasn't safe yet. My lungs burned, my heartbeat thundered in my ears, and my injured ankle screamed with every step, but I couldn't stop running. Behind me, the police station's distant lights blurred into shadows beneath the tree line. Bobby's warning echoed relentlessly in my head. "You're not safe yet." Branches scraped at my face, snagged at my clothes, and every snapping twig beneath my feet made me jump, convinced that they were already behind me, already closing in. But each time I glanced back, the woods were empty, cloaked in darkness, and disturbingly silent. I finally slowed, panting and gasping, collapsing briefly against the rough trunk of an oak. I had no idea how far I'd run or how long I'd been stumbling through these woods, but I was far enough that the police station was no longer visible, even as a faint glow in the distance. Now, though, panic shifted into something colder, a deep realization that I was lost. Bobby had mentioned an old service road somewhere beyond the trees, but the thick woods stretched endlessly in every direction. I strained my ears for traffic noise, anything to guide me toward a road, but only silence filled the gaps between my ragged breaths. After a moment, I forced myself upright and limped forward carefully, each step hesitant but determined. Moonlight filtered weakly through the treetops, casting eerie shadows and making every shape appear sinister. My ankle throbbed more fiercely now, swollen and hot to the touch, but adrenaline kept me moving. I thought back to Bobby and wondered what would happen to him. He had helped me escape, knowing full well the risk. Why? Was it guilt, or had he genuinely been trapped, too caught in something bigger and uglier than either of us could have imagined? The deeper I moved into the woods, the more oppressive they felt. The silence was unnatural. No birds, no rustling animals, just the endless crunch of my footsteps and my own uneven breaths. Anxiety crept up my spine, cold and unforgiving, whispering that I wasn't alone out here, that someone or something was watching from just beyond the shadows. Suddenly I froze. Ahead, through the trees, a faint beam of light pierced the darkness, flickering briefly, then disappearing again. My breath caught. Flashlights. Someone searching for me. My pulse quickened, and instinct took over. I ducked behind the nearest thick tree, pressing myself against the rough bark, trying to still my breathing. Voices drifted through the night, low and urgent, drawing closer. Two figures appeared, flashlight beams slicing through the dark, moving steadily through the brush. I crouched lower, every muscle tense, praying they wouldn't spot me. One voice carried softly on the night air. She couldn't have gone far. Bobby didn't have enough time to get her very deep into the woods. The other grunted quietly in reply. He's an idiot for letting her out. Thought he understood the rules better. My stomach twisted painfully. They knew. Bobby hadn't fooled them. How long had it taken them to notice I was missing? 10 minutes? 20? How long had I been stumbling through these woods, lost and directionless, giving them ample time to track me? Doesn't matter, the first voice said, closer now. She'll be panicking, lost, easy to find. I closed my eyes, forcing myself to think. I couldn't run, not with my ankle. I had to hide, had to let them pass, then change direction. Quietly, I crept lower, sliding carefully onto my stomach behind the dense bushes and tangled roots. My fingers dug into the cool, damp earth as I pressed my body flat against the ground. The beams swept slowly closer, pausing occasionally as they scanned the underbrush, lighting up random patches of forest floor, each passing moment making it harder to breathe. Their voices were clear now, disturbingly calm, as if hunting down someone who dared to escape was just routine. Finally, the lights passed by, missing me by mere feet, and the sound of their steps receded gradually deeper into the forest. Relief washed through me, tempered by the grim reality of my situation. They were searching systematically and methodically. They wouldn't stop until I was found. I waited another few minutes, hardly daring to breathe, before slowly rising again. Now I moved more carefully, quieter, stepping lightly despite the constant fiery pain shooting through my ankle. I had to get out of the woods, had to find that service road Bobby had mentioned. Then, abruptly, my foot hit solid ground beneath the leaves, not earth, but asphalt. A rush of hope surged through me. I'd found the road. It was narrow and cracked, obviously long abandoned, but it was still a way out. Bobby had said this would lead me back toward Route 27. If I could get there, I could flag someone down, get help from outside the town. I moved along the road, faster now despite the pain, driven by newfound determination. The trees gradually thinned on either side, moonlight illuminating more of the cracked pavement ahead. Every step closer to escape pushed my fear further into the background, replaced by desperate hope. But my heart sank again when I noticed headlights approaching. They weren't coming fast, just slowly creeping up the narrow road, carefully illuminating patches of dark woods. Panic surged through me once more. They'd anticipated this. Of course they knew I'd try to find the road. I couldn't outrun a car, couldn't hide in plain sight. Frantically, I turned and stumbled back toward the tree line, but the headlights caught me fully, bathing me in harsh white light. I froze, knowing it was pointless to run now. The car stopped abruptly, doors opening quickly. Two figures stepped out, shadows stark against the glare of the headlights. I shielded my eyes, heart pounding furiously. One of them stepped forward slowly, the outline of his uniform unmistakable even in silhouette. "You're persistent, I'll give you that," the familiar voice said calmly, the taller officer. His tone wasn't angry or even frustrated, just matter of fact, almost impressed. "But I warned Bobby you'd be trouble." "I just want to leave," I pleaded desperately. "I don't want to cause any problems. Please." He shook his head, stepping closer. "It's too late for that. You're more trouble than we expected. People like you always causing complications, trying to change how things are done." I backed away slightly, feeling trapped by the harsh lights and their encroaching presence. "Why are you doing this? What's so important you'd hurt someone to protect it?" He hesitated briefly, sighing. "This town has worked this way for decades. It's how we stay safe. You disrupt that, you risk everything." "But what are you protecting?" I whispered, desperation clear in my voice. He didn't answer, just glanced at the other figure, signaling with a slight nod. They moved quickly, grabbing me firmly by the arms, ignoring my struggles, and dragged me toward the waiting car. As they forced me inside, the taller officer leaned close, his voice low but oddly gentle. "You had your chance. Now you belong to the town." The doors slammed shut, the sound echoing like a final judgment. In the suffocating silence inside the car, despair closed around me once again. I was trapped by a place that refused to let me go. And this time, I knew deep in my gut that escape might never come again. The car ride back into town was unbearably silent. I sat wedged between the taller officer and Bobby, my wrists uncomfortably bound with zip ties, biting into my skin. I'd given up struggling after the first few minutes. It seemed pointless now. They had found me too easily. Everything I'd tried had only brought me back into their grip. Outside, the familiar streets slipped by slowly, quiet and deserted. The clock on the dashboard glowed faintly 4:15 a.m. The world was still asleep, unaware of the nightmare unfolding in their picturesque little town. My stomach churned as we passed Stella's diner, now dark and empty, the neon sign switched off. It felt symbolic, somehow, like my life here, brief and already extinguished. Eventually, we turned down a side street I didn't recognize. It led to a large house set back from the road, its facade faded, paint peeling, windows dark. A heavy feeling of dread pooled in my stomach as the car rolled to a slow stop in the gravel driveway. The taller officer got out first, opening my door and pulling me roughly from the vehicle. Bobby followed silently, eyes cast downward, refusing to look at me. "What is this place?" I whispered, my voice raw from exhaustion and fear. The taller officer didn't answer. Instead, he guided me firmly toward the house, Bobby trailing quietly behind. The front door swung open before we reached it, revealing a figure standing in the dimly lit entryway, an older woman, her gray hair neatly pulled back, expression stern but not unkind. "This her?" she asked calmly, assessing me with sharp, intelligent eyes. The officer nodded. "She gave us some trouble, tried to run, but we caught her." The woman stepped aside, motioning for us to enter. Inside, the house felt oddly normal, furnished neatly, walls lined with family portraits, giving no outward hint of the sinister truth behind it. They guided me down a narrow hallway and into a large room that looked like a home office. Books lined the shelves, and papers were neatly stacked on the desk. "Sit," the woman instructed gently but firmly. I obeyed slowly, sinking onto the edge of a wooden chair, my hands trembling slightly in my lap. Bobby stood silently near the door, avoiding my gaze, while the older officer positioned himself at the back of the room. "You must be very frightened," the woman began softly. Her voice carried genuine empathy, but I refused to let myself believe it was sincere. Not after everything they'd done. "Who are you?" I asked cautiously. "What do you want with me?" She folded her hands carefully on the desk, watching me closely. "I suppose you deserve an explanation. My name is Margaret Thompson. I've lived in this town my entire life. In many ways, you could say I've kept it safe." "Safe?" I echoed bitterly. "Kidnapping people and terrorizing them is safe." Her eyes narrowed slightly, but her voice stayed even. "What we do here isn't pleasant, I admit, but it's necessary. Our town is safe precisely because we watch everyone who enters. If someone is dangerous, we know. If they're hiding something, we know. We protect each other. And yes, sometimes protecting each other means doing unpleasant things." "I wasn't hiding anything," I insisted weakly. "I was just scared. You followed me. You threatened me. I had every right to run." She tilted her head slightly, studying me. "You're right, of course. Your reaction was understandable. Unfortunately, it made you seem dangerous to the others. When you arrived here, you chose isolation. You didn't integrate. You raised suspicion, exactly what we strive to avoid." "Please," I whispered, desperation leaking into my voice, "just let me go. I won't tell anyone. I don't care about your secrets. I just want to leave." Margaret sighed quietly, looking genuinely regretful. "I'm afraid that's impossible now. You've seen too much. If you leave, you become a risk to everyone who lives here." "What are you going to do with me then?" I asked, my heart hammering against my ribs. "Are you going to kill me?" Margaret's eyebrows knitted together slightly. "Kill you? No, of course not. Despite what you might think, we're not monsters. But you can't leave. Not ever." I stared at her, confusion and dread mingling inside me. "Then what? You're just going to keep me locked away forever?" She shook her head gently. "Nothing that extreme. You're going to become one of us, a part of the town. You'll live here, work here, belong here under supervision, of course." My breath caught. Supervision. She nodded calmly. "You'll be watched closely, but you'll be allowed a life. You'll have work, a home, even friends eventually. But if you ever try to leave, If you ever try to tell anyone outside this town what you've learned, well, you understand. I felt dizzy. They weren't going to kill me. They were going to force me into a life I never wanted, watched and controlled every moment. Imprisoned, but free enough to pretend I wasn't. I can't, I whispered softly. I can't live like that. Margaret stood slowly, walking around the desk to stand closer, her gaze softening slightly. It's not ideal, but you'll adapt. Everyone does. Bobby adapted. She glanced toward Bobby, who finally lifted his head, shame clear in his eyes. He was an outsider once, too, just like you. I looked at Bobby, feeling a painful flicker of sympathy despite everything. He nodded slowly, sadness written clearly across his face. You just stop fighting, he murmured quietly. After a while, it starts to feel normal. Margaret gently touched my shoulder, her hand surprisingly warm, almost comforting. We'll give you a new identity, a place to live, a new job. In a year, 2 at most, you won't even remember life was any different. Tears stung my eyes, blurring my vision. Was this really the only way forward? A life under constant watch, unable to leave, unable to speak freely but alive. Could I accept this as my fate? Margaret's gaze softened further. You have to choose, dear. Adapt or disappear. I'd strongly advise you choose the first. My heart ached fiercely, longing desperately for freedom, for escape. But I saw no other option. Fighting had only brought me back here again and again. Finally, with tears quietly slipping down my cheeks, I nodded. Margaret smiled gently, squeezing my shoulder reassuringly. Good girl, we'll take care of you. And so slowly my life became theirs. Months passed, and the memory of that night faded into a dull ache, never forgotten but tucked safely away, where it could no longer hurt me. I worked quietly, lived quietly, becoming just another face in town, another secret keeper. Eventually, it was my turn to watch the new arrivals, outsiders like I once was, to see their fear, their confusion, to know exactly what they'd soon face. But by then, I understood. The town protected itself, guarded its secrets fiercely, and as much as I hated it, I was a part of it. Like Bobby said, after a while it started to feel normal. And eventually, it became home. This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. I'm not the kind of person who tells stories like this. You know the type, always trying to be the center of attention, always swearing they felt a presence or saw something in the mirror. That's not me. I'm a practical guy, logical. I keep to myself, do my job, mind my business. I take the bus to work every morning. Same route, same time, same seat if I can help it, second row on the left, window side. I've done that for years now, 7 years to be exact. Ever since I moved to this part of town, I work in tech support at an office that feels like it was frozen in 2009. Beige walls, burnt coffee, people who are tired of talking but do it anyway. It's not exciting, but it pays rent, and it's predictable. That's always been a comfort to me, predictability. I build my life around routine. Same breakfast, same bus, same late night shows before bed. It helps quiet my brain. keeps the spiral at bay. So, I notice when things change, even the small stuff. And that morning, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, something was off. Not right away. The bus pulled up on time. Driver was the usual guy, Glenn. Gray beard, one AirPod in, never smiles but always nods. I stepped on, tapped my pass, and did the usual scan of the aisle to see who was already on board. That's when I saw them. Two people sitting in the very back row, man and a woman, both dressed too formally for a morning bus ride, dark coats, clean lines, something crisp and old-fashioned about the way they carried themselves. The man had a hat, not a baseball cap, a fedora. Who the hell wears a fedora at 7:30 in the morning? But it wasn't their clothes that stopped me mid-step. It was their faces, or more specifically, their eyes. I don't mean they looked scary or strange. They weren't deformed or glowing or anything dramatic like that. They were just blank, pale gray blue like fogged over glass. No emotion, no focus. It was like they were both staring at the space I was standing in, but not really seeing me. Not seeing anything. I'd never seen eyes like that. I sat down, didn't want to stare, didn't want to be rude. People act weird on buses all the time, right? Maybe they were coming from a funeral. Maybe they were on something. I told myself anything I could to shake the feeling that crawled up the back of my neck like cold air under a door. They never spoke. The entire 30-minute ride they just sat there, perfectly still, not scrolling on their phones, not chatting, not adjusting their coats or bags, nothing, like they'd been posed there. I got off 2 stops before the office, like always, grabbed a coffee from the corner bodega, and tried to forget about them. But they were there again the next morning. Same clothes, same seats, same vacant eyes. And this time I knew they were watching me. I tried not to look, but something about them pulled my eyes back, like a magnetic field I couldn't resist. They weren't moving, they weren't speaking. But the woman had her head tilted just slightly to the side now, like someone listening very closely, like she was waiting. The man's hands were folded in his lap, fingers interlocked. His knuckles were white. I tried to tell myself they were just odd commuters, that maybe I'd been so locked into my routine for so long that I'd just forgotten how often new people came and went. I stared at my phone the whole ride, didn't look back. But the chill didn't leave me. You know that feeling when you're being watched, not seen watched? When you can feel someone's attention pressing into your skin, heavy and deliberate. That's what it felt like. All the way to my stop. That day at work, I couldn't focus. I forgot my login credentials, had to reset my password twice. I spilled coffee on my keyboard. My manager asked me if I was okay, and I lied and said I was just tired. Truth is, I wasn't sure what I was. The third morning I thought maybe they wouldn't be there. I told myself I was being paranoid. I'd had a bad week, that was all. I hadn't been sleeping well. The heating in my apartment was acting up. Normal stress. That's what I told myself. But I didn't believe it. I hesitated before getting on the bus that day. My hand hovered over the card reader like my body was giving me a chance to turn around. But I got on, and they were there. Same clothes, same seats, same dead eyes. Except now, they were smiling. Not big smiles, just the corners of their mouths pulled slightly upward, like they knew I saw them, like they were pleased. I sat farther up this time, closer to the front, couldn't help but check the mirror above the aisle, you know, the one that lets the driver keep an eye on the passengers. They weren't in it. I blinked, looked again. The seats were empty. But when I turned in my seat to glance back, there they were, still watching. That's when I knew. Something was wrong, very wrong. And it wasn't just in my head, because no one else seemed to notice them. Not Glenn, not the high school kids who usually sat in the back row, not the old woman who always wore purple and complained about the cold. The strangers were taking up space, my space, but no one acknowledged them. I wanted to ask Glenn. I wanted to say, "Hey, did you see those two in the back?" But the words felt stupid even before they reached my mouth. What was I supposed to say? "There are ghosts on your bus. Two strangers are haunting my commute." Number. I stayed quiet. But I knew this wasn't just bad sleep or anxiety. They were there for me. And somehow I could feel it. They were waiting for something. I just didn't know what yet. I didn't sleep that night. Not because I was afraid they'd come to my door or anything like that. It wasn't that kind of fear. It was the kind that clings to the edges of your thoughts, making everything feel slightly off. Like the floor is tilted just enough to make you unsteady, but not enough to convince anyone else there's a problem. I kept thinking about the mirror on the bus, about how they weren't in it. I tried to explain it away. Maybe the angle was wrong. Maybe the overhead light was reflecting weirdly. But I knew. You know when something's real, even if logic hasn't caught up yet. That's the part that makes it hard to talk about, when you can't prove anything but your gut is screaming. I woke up late and almost convinced myself not to take the bus. I even stood in my kitchen for a full minute, holding my keys, staring at the microwave clock. I could have driven. It would have taken longer, but I could have done it. But routine has a gravity to it, especially when your life is built around it. It felt safer somehow to stick to what I knew. The bus stop was quiet when I got there. Just me and some kid in headphones. I kept glancing down the street, waiting to see the headlights come over the hill, dreading it, hoping for it. The second the bus came into view, I felt it again, that weird sense of inevitability, like I was standing on tracks and the train was already too close to stop. I got on. My hand hovered over the card reader again, just like the day before. Glenn gave his usual slow nod. I scanned the aisle. They weren't there. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, took my usual seat, tried to act normal. We pulled away from the curb. 10 minutes in, the bus stopped to let on more passengers. A young woman with 2 tote bags, an older guy in a windbreaker. Them. They walked on together just like that, in sync, like they'd choreographed it. Same clothes, same faces, same blank, knowing expressions. They didn't scan passes, didn't speak to Glenn. They just moved quietly to the back row and sat down. Right where they always sat. Only this time, the man turned his head, slowly, until his eyes met mine. He didn't blink. And the woman, she smiled again, a little wider this time. I felt ice in my spine, real, physical cold, like someone had opened a freezer behind me. I turned away fast, almost too fast, kept my eyes on the window for the rest of the ride, even though I couldn't focus on anything I saw, just blur. Trees, buildings, movement. Nothing stuck. I didn't check the mirror again. At work, I told myself I needed a distraction, something mechanical, something to occupy my brain. I buried myself in tickets and troubleshooting. My coworkers barely noticed. They were used to me being quiet. I was the guy people liked because I didn't ask questions. Just fixed the thing, said all good, and left. I liked it that way. But now I was cracking around the edges. On my lunch break, I looked them up. Not the strangers, I didn't even know where to start with that, but the bus route. Transit records, lost time reports, anything strange. I found nothing. No accidents, no driver complaints, no notes about fare evasion. Except one blog post, buried in an old transportation forum, posted 6 years ago by someone with a username like Clocks Are Lying. It was about Route 111, my route. A guy said he used to take it every day and once saw a woman in the back row who never blinked. Said he rode that bus for 6 weeks straight, and she never changed seats, never looked up. He stopped taking the bus after that. Claimed she showed up outside his apartment a few days later, just standing across the street. That post had no replies. The user never posted again. I bookmarked it anyway. That night, I stayed at the office late. Not because I had to, just didn't want to go home. Didn't want to be alone with my thoughts, or worse, with whatever was happening to me. Everything felt thin, like the world was holding together by threads, and if I pulled on the wrong one, everything would unravel. When I finally made it back to my apartment, I stood outside the building for a while, scanning the shadows. Nothing, no one. But when I got inside and flipped on the lights, there was a single item on the kitchen counter that hadn't been there that morning. A bus transfer slip. Blank, unused. I hadn't taken a transfer in months. I picked it up slowly, flipped it over. There was something faint written on the back, like someone had traced words with a pen but never fully pressed down. I held it under the light. "We remember you." I dropped it. I didn't sleep. I kept the television on all night, something mindless. Game shows, reruns, anything that reminded me I was still here, still tethered to the real world. The next morning I didn't go to work. I called in sick, which I never do, I told them I had the flu. My manager didn't even ask questions. I spent most of the day researching folklore, urban legends, sleep paralysis, shared delusions. Nothing fit exactly. The closest thing I found were these stories about watchers, entities that follow people not to harm them, but to observe, for reasons no one fully understands. They show up during transition points, illness, grief, close brushes with death. I couldn't stop thinking about that line on the transfer slip. We remember you. Not, we see you. Not, we're watching. Remember. Like I'd done something. Like we'd met before. That night, I stayed away from the bus. I walked to the edge of my block, just far enough to see it turn the corner at the end of the street. The lights looked dimmer than usual. Inside I could see shapes, shadows. 2 in the back row, looking out the window, looking at me. I backed into the alley and waited until it passed. I didn't go out again. I didn't ride the bus the next day, or the day after that. I thought maybe I'd broken it, interrupted whatever was happening. But tonight, when I got home from grabbing takeout, there was something new waiting in my mailbox. A folded piece of paper. No envelope. No address. Just a single line written in perfect tight script. Don't be late tomorrow. I read the note 5 times before I realized my hands were shaking. Don't be late tomorrow. That was all it said. No signature, no indication of who it was from, but I knew. There was no question in my mind. It was from them. The strangers. I held the paper up to the light, looking for something, impressions, watermarks, anything. But it was just a scrap, cheap printer paper, folded once, perfectly. The kind of paper you'd use if you wanted to leave something behind and have it disappear quickly. The writing was neat, too neat, almost clinical. Every letter spaced, just so. The kind of thing you don't want to believe is real. I dropped it on the table and just stood there, staring at it like it might start speaking again. I didn't eat dinner, lost my appetite somewhere between the mailbox and the front door. I paced the apartment for hours trying to decide what to do. Part of me wanted to rip the paper into pieces, burn it, pretend it never showed up. Another part knew better. This wasn't going away. I ended up stuffing the note into a drawer and turning every light in the apartment on. Saturday at the kitchen table until almost 3, wired and nauseous, wondering what the hell I had gotten myself into. Or maybe what had found me, because that's what it felt like. Not like I'd stumbled onto something, but like I'd been picked, selected, watched. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have dozed off sometime just before dawn, because I jolted awake with that feeling like you're falling, like your body forgot where it was for a second. I looked around, lights still on, my neck stiff from the chair, the paper still sitting in the drawer, humming like a warning in my brain. I got ready for work like I was on autopilot. Showered, dressed, poured coffee I didn't drink. I walked to the stop because I couldn't not walk to the stop. I can't explain it. It was like I didn't have a choice anymore. Like the note had planted something in my spine, and now I was just following a script I didn't write. The bus was already there when I turned the corner. Waiting. Same route, same number, same everything. Except it felt different now, heavier. Glenn gave me the usual nod when I boarded. I looked at him harder this time, tried to see if he noticed anything weird, any flicker of acknowledgement, but he was just Glenn. Slightly annoyed expression, always somewhere else in his head. I scanned my pass, made myself walk forward, and of course they were there. Back row, perfect posture, same clothes, same expressions, like nothing had changed. But something had. Because this time, I didn't look away. I stared at them for a full 3 seconds as I passed. The man's lips twitched upward, barely. And the woman? She blinked. The first time I'd seen her blink. I sat down closer to the back than usual, not all the way, but far enough that I could hear them if they said anything, far enough that I could pretend I had control over how this played out. I lasted about 10 minutes before I looked again. Still there, still watching. But the weirdest part, nobody else reacted. No one even looked up. The usual guy who played Sudoku, the woman with the green travel mug, the teen with the half-zipped hoodie, not one of them noticed. It was like the strangers only existed for me. The rest of the ride blurred. Every time the bus hit a bump, I jumped. Every time the brakes squealed, my stomach twisted. It felt like I was riding towards something, not away from it. 2 stops before mine, something happened. The woman stood up. She didn't say anything. She just stood. And the man followed. They moved in perfect unison, like they were part of some old ballroom routine, gliding down the aisle as the bus pulled to a stop. But they didn't get off. They stopped right next to me. I felt every hair on my body stand up. I didn't look at them, but I could feel the air change the way it gets just before a thunderstorm breaks. Heavy, electric, off. Then softly I heard her voice. "You've kept us waiting a long time." I turned my head slowly, too slowly, like I was underwater. She was looking right at me. Her eyes weren't blank now. They were knowing, cold and endless, like still water that runs deep enough to drown in. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. "We were told you wouldn't notice us," she said, "that you weren't ready." The man didn't speak, just watched. "Ready for what?" I finally managed to whisper. The woman tilted her head, and the smallest frown pulled at the corners of her mouth. "To understand," she said. And then she walked past me, just like that. The man followed. They got off at the next stop. The doors hissed shut behind them. I sat frozen, unsure if I should follow, scream, run, do anything. Glenn looked at me in the rearview mirror. First time he'd really looked at me in years of riding this bus. "You all right back there?" he asked. I nodded. Lied. Of course I wasn't all right. I got off at my usual stop, but I didn't go into work. I walked around for hours just trying to feel my feet on the ground, trying to remind myself I was still real, still here. But I kept seeing their faces every time I blinked. That night, I checked the drawer where I'd hidden the note. There was something new beside it. A photograph. Old, weathered, curled at the edges like it had been sitting somewhere for years. It showed the inside of a bus, my bus, empty except for one figure in the second row on the left. Me, looking out the window. And in the reflection, they were standing behind me. I didn't know what scared me more, that the photo existed or that I didn't remember it being taken. I turned it over, hoping for something, a date, a mark, anything that could explain how it ended up in my drawer. But it was blank, just aged cardboard, yellowing at the edges. It felt real. Heavy, textured. I ran my thumb across the image, half expecting it to smudge, to vanish like a dream when you try to write it down. It didn't. There I was in the second row, staring out the window with that same blank face I must wear every morning, and behind me, clear as day in the glass, stood the strangers. The man slightly behind the woman, both facing me, not smiling, just watching. I sat on the edge of the bed, holding the photo, feeling something strange start to bloom in my chest, not panic, not even dread anymore. Just this growing certainty that I wasn't driving the car anymore, that I hadn't been for a while. I didn't sleep, again. When the sun finally started to break through the blinds, I found myself still holding the photograph, still thinking, still sitting in the same spot. Like time had frozen around me, and I was the only thing left to feel it tick by. I made coffee I didn't drink, looked at my phone, but I hadn't missed any calls, no messages. No one had noticed I'd been skipping work, or if they had, no one cared enough to reach out. I wasn't surprised. It's strange how quickly you can disappear from your own life without anyone blinking. I left the apartment around 10 and rode a different bus, Route 84. I didn't have anywhere to go. I just needed to move, to see if they would follow. I sat in the back, jacket zipped to my chin, eyes scanning the passengers one by one. All normal, tired people, phones, coffee cups, no suits, no blank stares, no perfect postures. I rode for an hour, got off in a neighborhood I'd never been to, walked 6 blocks just to feel the wind in my face, to feel like I still had a body. And for a while, I did feel better. Then I saw it. Another note. This one was taped to a lamppost at the end of the block. Just a scrap of paper, folded once, pinned under clear tape. "You're drifting." That's all it said. No name, no context, just those 2 words. I left it there, walked away fast, too fast probably, like someone running from an accusation they know is true. That afternoon, I tried calling my sister. We don't talk often, but she's the closest thing I have to family. I thought maybe hearing a familiar voice would anchor me. She answered on the second ring. "Hey," I said, my throat dry. "It's me." A pause. "Okay?" "Do you remember when I moved into this place?" I asked, cutting right to it. "You helped me carry the boxes, the day it rained." She was quiet for a second. "I've never been to your apartment." My stomach turned. "What are you talking about? You helped me put together the kitchen table." "I haven't seen you in months," she said. "Are you okay?" My mouth opened, but I didn't have anything to say. Nothing that wouldn't sound insane. "Maybe you should take a break," she added gently. "Get some rest. Talk to someone." "I'm talking to you," I said, more bitterly than I meant to. She sighed. "I mean a professional, Nate." I hung up. I didn't want her voice in my head after that. I didn't want her doubt mixed in with mine. I knew what I'd lived. I knew she had stood in my kitchen, laughed when I dropped a box of mugs. I remembered the thunder outside, the smell of wet cardboard, the takeout we ordered that night. I remembered it. But maybe no one else did. That's what they meant by drifting, wasn't it? The thought sat with me the rest of the day. I didn't go home. I wandered the city instead, riding different buses, slipping into coffee shops and bookstores just long enough to feel anonymous. But that feeling followed me, like a splinter under the skin, the idea that I was slowly becoming invisible, not to strangers but to people who should know me. By the time I got back to my apartment, it was almost midnight. The lights in the hallway were flickering. One was out entirely. I stood in front of my door for a long time, not touching the handle, just listening. Nothing, just the quiet buzz of electricity and the occasional creak of old floorboards. I let myself in. Everything looked normal, except for the photo. It was on the table again. Same image. But now, there was a second version of me in the reflection, standing next to the first one. And in this one, the strangers weren't looking at me anymore. They were looking at him. I stared at it, breath caught in my throat, heart thudding like I'd just run a mile. My hands trembled as I picked it up, turned it over. Same blank back. I sat down, photo in my lap, and whispered into the quiet room, "What do you want from me?" I didn't expect an answer, but I got one. A voice, clear, calm, low-spoken just behind my ear, but impossible to place. "You already know." I turned. Nothing, just my apartment, just the lamp on, the hum of the fridge. But I wasn't alone. I didn't sleep that night either. How could I? Somewhere out there, or maybe not out there anymore, were two people who had followed me for years, unnoticed, silent. And now, they were telling me the clock was winding down. I didn't know what it meant yet, but I believed them. For the first time, I truly believed them. And I think that was the moment things really started to change. I stopped taking the bus. I told myself that was the smart thing to do, that if they couldn't reach me there, maybe they'd forget. Maybe whatever this was would lose momentum. Maybe it was like gravity, it only pulled if I stayed in orbit. So I walked. Miles, in the cold, through alleys, along cracked sidewalks, through neighborhoods I'd never noticed before, even though I'd passed them 100 times. I told work I needed time off, and to my surprise, they didn't ask questions, just told me to feel better soon. Feel better. Like this was something a nap and vitamin D could fix. I wasn't sleeping, not really. I'd nod off for minutes at a time, then jolt awake convinced someone was in the room with me. The kind of sleep where you never really let go, where your body stays tense, like it knows something you don't. I started hearing them even when I was awake. Not words, just movement, a shift in the air, like someone was always standing just behind the noise, the hum of the fridge, the rattle of pipes, that little creak the floor makes as it settles. But when I turned, nothing, and yet not nothing. The mirror in my bathroom steamed up when I showered. That's normal. What's not normal is the message that showed up one morning. Not written with a finger, but emerging from the fog itself, like it was always there, just hidden until the glass revealed it. We never left. I stood there in a towel, dripping, staring at those words like they might blink first. The steam faded slowly, and so did the message, gone in under a minute. But it was enough. I started locking every window, leaving the lights on, putting salt across thresholds like I'd read in some old forum post, even though I didn't believe in any of it. I just needed to do something. Then came the photograph. A new one, slipped under my door during the night. Same bus, but this time the photo was blurry, motion smudged, and I wasn't in it. I stared at it for a long time, trying to find my shape, my seat, the second row, the usual place. Empty. Everyone else was clear. The man with the Sudoku, the woman with the green mug, Glenn, halfway turned in his seat. But not me. Like I'd been erased. That's when I started thinking about what the woman on the bus had said. We were told you weren't ready. Told by who? Ready for what? I kept turning those words over and over, like maybe if I said them enough they'd open up and tell me something new. And I couldn't stop thinking about the other version of me, the second figure in the bus window, the one in the updated photo, the one they were looking at instead of me. I started to wonder if maybe this had already happened. If maybe this wasn't the beginning, but the middle, or the end. If I'd missed something important a long time ago, and now it was circling back to collect. Late one night, when the silence felt heavier than usual, I pulled out my laptop and opened a blank document. I started writing everything down. Not because I thought anyone would believe me, but because I needed to pin it all to the ground, make it real, make it less likely that it was all just slipping through the cracks in my head. Halfway through, I looked up, and there was someone standing outside my window. Not at the window. Outside the building, on the sidewalk, 6 stories down. I couldn't make out a face, not clearly, but I could see the outline. Long coat, hat, still, too still, like someone waiting for a cue. I closed the laptop and backed away slowly. I didn't sleep that night either. The next day, I made a choice. I went back to the bus. I needed to know. It felt like walking into a memory you know you've tried to forget. Everything looked the same, but sharper. Colors felt too bright, the air too dry. I stepped on board. Glenn gave his usual nod. They were already there. Of course they were. Same back row, same posture, same silence. But this time, I didn't sit near the front. I walked straight down the aisle and sat across from them. They didn't speak. Not right away. Just watched. Finally, the man leaned forward, lacing his fingers together, and said quietly, "You remember more than we expected." I swallowed hard. My mouth was dry. "What are you?" The woman smiled, gently, not cruel, almost kind. Not what, when. I blinked. That doesn't make any sense. She nodded like she expected that response. You've seen pieces of it already. The reflections, the photos, the notes. The man added, "You thought they were warnings. Aren't they?" The woman shook her head. "They're reminders." I felt my stomach drop. Reminders of what? The bus slowed. A stop I didn't recognize. No one got on, no one got off. The man spoke again. "You died once already, years ago, but it didn't stick." "What?" "You weren't ready," the woman said softly, "but you are now." The bus pulled away from the curb, and something shifted. It wasn't loud, it wasn't violent, but everything felt lighter, as if the whole world had just let out a breath I didn't know it was holding. I looked out the window. Nothing was familiar anymore. Not the buildings, not the streets, not the people walking by. Like we'd crossed into somewhere else entirely. I turned back to them. They were gone. The seats were empty. I was alone on the bus, except for Glenn. And when I looked up at him through the mirror, he was smiling. For the first time ever, I wanted to believe I'd imagined the smile. That Glenn wasn't actually grinning in the mirror, that the corners of his mouth hadn't curled up just enough to turn familiar into wrong. But I saw it. I know I did. It wasn't friendly. It wasn't anything close to human warmth. It was a knowing look like he was in on something I wasn't. I kept my eyes on him all the way to the next stop. When the doors opened, I thought maybe everything would reset, that I'd step off into the street I recognized, shake off the fog, and this whole thing would start making sense again. But the world outside wasn't the one I knew. It looked like my city at first glance. The layout was close, the storefronts vaguely familiar, but the colors were muted, the shapes slightly wrong. It was like someone had recreated it from memory, and they'd gotten most of the details right, but not all. And there were no people. Not one. The streets were empty. No cars passed by, no lights in the windows, no sounds but the low hum of the bus engine behind me. I didn't get off. I stood there on the steps, halfway between the bus and this hollow version of my life, and I froze. Something deep in me, something older than logic, told me that if I stepped into that silence, I wouldn't come back. So I stayed on. Glenn didn't say a word. He closed the doors and kept driving. I don't know how long we drove. It felt like time was unraveling, like minutes stopped meaning anything. Eventually, I worked up the nerve to speak. "What is this place?" Glenn didn't answer, not right away. Then, without taking his eyes off the road, he said, "You should have paid attention sooner." His voice was different. Not in pitch, in tone, detached, like he wasn't really in control of it. I sat back down, heart racing, hands clenched. I thought about everything that had happened up to now, the notes, the photos, the whispers, the reflection of a version of me that shouldn't exist. And that word, reminders. Of what? That I'm dead? That I was supposed to be? Number that didn't make sense. I was still breathing, still thinking, still here. But maybe that's the part I didn't understand. Maybe here was the problem. I stood and walked toward Glenn slowly, bracing myself against the seats as the bus rocked beneath me. "What am I supposed to do?" I asked him. "Why me?" He didn't look at me. "You stepped off the path." "What does that mean?" "You were given more time," he said, "but you didn't use it." My throat tightened. More time for what? To remember. I stared at him, searching his profile for any hint of the man I used to see every morning. The quiet driver with one AirPod and a permanent frown. But that person wasn't behind the wheel now. Something else was. The bus turned onto a narrow road I'd never seen before. Tall trees flanked either side, leaning in close like they were eavesdropping. The branches scraped the windows, slow and deliberate, like fingers dragging along the glass. I looked down the aisle. The back row was no longer empty. The strangers were there again. But this time, they weren't looking at me. They were looking at someone else. Me. The other me. The one I'd seen in the photograph. Same coat, same shoes, same tired eyes. He didn't move. Didn't blink. Just sat perfectly still in my usual seat, second row, left side by the window. And when he turned, slowly, to face me, I didn't see shock or confusion in his expression. I saw disappointment, like he'd expected more from me. I stumbled backward, grabbing onto the handrail. "What is this?" I said. "What the hell is going on?" The woman stood first. Her movements were fluid, effortless. The man followed. They walked down the aisle without a sound. The other me stood as they reached his seat. He stepped aside for them, and they passed right through him. Not like ghosts, like mist parting around a stone. Then they turned to me. The woman spoke. "You've seen all the signs, heard all the warnings. We can't follow you forever." The man added, "We've kept your seat open." I shook my head. "I didn't ask for this. I didn't." "You stayed," the woman said gently. "That was your answer." My legs felt weak. I dropped into the nearest seat, trying to breathe, trying to anchor myself in the feeling of the fabric under my palms, the slight rattle of the window, the faint smell of oil and old vinyl. "You still think this is about punishment?" she said. "It's not?" I asked, my voice small. "It's about resolution," the man said. "For what?" "For what you did," the woman replied, "and for what you refused to do after." I searched their faces for meaning, for memory, for anything I could latch onto, but there was nothing, just the heavy sense that the truth was there, inches away, but I didn't want to look directly at it. And that's when I remembered something. A moment I hadn't thought about in years. The intersection near 8th and Logan. The red light. The phone buzzing in the passenger seat. And the shadow that darted out into the road just as I looked down. The screech of tires. The silence afterward. The police said it wasn't my fault. No witnesses, no cameras. But I remembered now. The girl, 6, maybe 7, a red jacket, running after something, maybe a dog, maybe nothing. I never found out. I left. I didn't stop. I told myself I imagined it, that I'd braked in time, but I didn't check. I just drove. The strangers watched me quietly as it all came back, one sickening detail at a time. "You were supposed to face it," the man said. "But you buried it instead," the woman finished. I felt the bus slow. The trees parted. And in the distance, I saw another version of the city. But this one wasn't empty. People walked the streets. Cars moved. Lights blinked in windows. It looked like life. Normal, busy, indifferent life. The woman gestured toward it. "You can still get off," she said. "But not as the man you were." I looked down at my hands. They looked the same. But they weren't. I wasn't. And I knew, without being told, that if I stepped off this time, I wouldn't come back to the same world. Because the version of me who had ignored that moment, who had spent years pretending it hadn't happened, he was done. The next step was mine. The bus stopped. No sound, no hiss of air brakes, just a soft final stillness, the kind you feel more than here. I didn't move. Outside the window, life carried on. A street I half recognized shimmered in the late afternoon light. People walked briskly, heads down, caught in errands or thoughts or routines. Cars passed. Doors opened and shut. The world didn't care that I'd just come face to face with a version of myself I didn't want to know. It was the indifference that hit hardest. The woman spoke again, voice quiet but steady. "You don't have to carry it anymore." I wanted to ask what it was, but I knew. It was the silence, the decision I made not to stop that night, the way I told myself it hadn't happened. The way I buried the memory like a body and just kept driving forward, like it was something I could outrun. The guilt had been with me for years, hiding just beneath everything. I hadn't known its shape until now, but I'd always felt its weight. I turned toward them, toward the strangers who had been following me. "Why now?" I asked. "Why not sooner?" The man looked at me like he already knew what I was going to say next. "You weren't ready to remember." "But I did," I said. "I remembered. So what happens now?" He didn't answer. Neither did the woman. The seat across from me, the one where the other me had been, was empty now. Not just vacant, but wiped clean, like whoever had been there had never existed. I looked at the city again, through the window. It looked ordinary, comforting even, familiar but distant, like an old photograph of a place you used to love, but can't quite place anymore. I stood slowly. My legs were stiff, like I'd aged in that seat. I turned to Glenn, who hadn't moved since the last stop. His eyes were still on the road, even though there was nowhere left to go. "Is this it?" I asked. He didn't blink. "Up to you." I looked back once more at the strangers. They were still seated, side by side, hands folded neatly in their laps. "If I get off, what happens to you?" The woman tilted her head, almost kindly. "We follow the next one." "The next what?" "The next person who drifts." The bus went quiet again. I stepped toward the doors. They opened without a sound. I stood at the edge of the steps, one foot hovering in the space between then and now, between the self I'd been and whoever I might be after this. And I stepped down. The air outside was warm, soft, the sun low in the sky, casting long shadows that stretched like fingers across the pavement. No one looked at me, not one of the passers-by. I was just another body in motion, another shape among many. It felt grounding, comforting even. I turned, half expecting the bus to disappear the moment I looked away. But it didn't. It was still there. Same bus, same number, same faded paint and worn tires. But through the windows, it was empty. Glenn, the strangers, my seat, gone. The bus pulled away, slow and smooth, and turned down a side street I didn't recognize. Then it was out of sight. I stood on the sidewalk for a long time, let the city move around me. Eventually, I started walking. No plan, no direction, just forward. The sounds of the world came back slowly, horns in the distance, a dog barking, a teenager laughing into a phone. Life. I turned a corner and saw something strange. A church I recognized, but it wasn't where it should be. A coffee shop with a name I didn't remember, even though the inside looked familiar. My feet led me to a street I swore I knew, but none of the street signs matched. The world had been rebuilt, slightly, subtly, and I understood somehow that this wasn't the same place I'd left behind. It wasn't punishment. It wasn't exile. It was after. Not heaven, not hell. Just another version. One where the weight had shifted. I passed a small park. A group of kids played tag near the swings. A woman pushed a stroller. A man on a bench flipped through a paperback. Everything looked so normal it hurt. I sat down on a nearby bench and let the feeling wash over me. And then I saw her, a little girl standing near the jungle gym. Red jacket, black shoes, same height, same dark hair tied in two neat braids. She was holding a stuffed dog, dirty, well-loved, just like the one I'd seen bounce into the street all those years ago. My chest tightened. She looked at me. Not long, just a glance. Then she turned and ran to join the others. I closed my eyes. When I opened them, she was gone. That night, I went home, or what felt like home. The key still worked. My name was still on the mailbox, but the apartment inside was different, brighter. Like someone had opened a few windows and aired out the ghosts. The photos on the wall were new. I didn't remember taking them, but they were mine. The kitchen table, the one I swore I built with my sister's help, was still there. But when I opened the drawer, I found a note tucked neatly inside. Just one sentence, written in clean, narrow handwriting. "You made it off the bus." I sat down, the note in my hand, and breathed deeply, fully. For the first time in years, whatever came next, I was ready. Because I had remembered, and because I had chosen to step down. The days after I got off the bus felt slow, but not in a bad way, not like before. It was the kind of slow you feel when you've been moving too fast for too long and you finally stop. Like your mind has to recalibrate to silence, like your body doesn't know what to do with peace. I'd never realized how much noise I had been carrying inside, around me, woven into every routine. I woke up the next morning to sunlight bleeding in through the blinds. No dreams, no whispers, just quiet. And for the first time in years, I didn't dread it. The city felt different now, but I'd accepted that. It wasn't mine exactly, but it wasn't foreign either. It was a version, a mirror held at just the right angle to show me what I'd missed. There were people who seemed familiar, but when I tried to place them, the memory would shift like sand in my hand. And I didn't chase it, I let it be. Some things are meant to be remembered in pieces. I started walking everywhere again, not to run from anything, but because I wanted to look, to really see. It's strange how easily you can pass through your life without noticing the details. The way trees lean into each other, the chipped paint on the corner bodega, the way strangers nod when they catch your eye, like some part of them recognizes that you're both real. I watched the buses too. Not every day, just often enough. Sometimes I'd see Route 111 roll past. The number would flicker on the screen up front, same as it always had. And for a brief moment, I'd hold my breath, watching the windows, waiting. But they never came back. Not the strangers, not Glenn, not the version of me who used to sit in that second row seat, shoulders hunched, headphones in, trying to disappear. That man was gone, and I was okay with that. A few weeks after I stepped off the bus, I walked into a support center on the south side. I didn't plan to. I was just wandering and saw the sign. Community grief counseling. Free walk-ins. I stood outside the door for a long time before I pushed it open. The woman at the desk didn't ask questions. She just smiled, handed me a form, and told me to take my time. I didn't fill out most of it, just my name. And under reason for visit, I wrote, for something I saw, for something I did, for someone I didn't stop. I didn't know what I expected from the first session. Confession, forgiveness, answers. What I got was a room with 2 chairs and a man named Dorian, who looked like he'd been tired for a very long time, but in a way that made him patient. He didn't push me to talk, he just waited. And when I started, it wasn't the whole story, not at first, just fragments, feelings, a bus, a pair of eyes that never blinked, a moment in traffic I never truly faced. I didn't mention the words strangers or reflections. I didn't say anything about Glenn. It would have sounded too strange out loud, too far from what people expect grief or guilt to look like. But Dorian listened anyway. And something about that made space in me. Slowly, session by session, I started filling in the blanks. I talked about the girl, how I didn't stop, how I let myself believe that if no one saw it, it hadn't happened. Dorian didn't call me a monster. He didn't pity me either. He just nodded, sometimes scribbled something on a notepad, but mostly he let me talk. And that helped. It helped more than I ever expected. A month after that, I found myself outside the school near my old apartment, not for any reason. I was walking again, and my feet led me there. It was recess. Kids shouting, laughing, chasing each other around like their joy had nowhere to land. And then I saw her. A little girl in a red coat, sitting alone near the fence, talking to her stuffed dog like it was the only one who listened. I froze. For a second, I thought it was her. But when she looked up, she had blue eyes, not brown, and a gap between her teeth that made her grin crooked and bright. Not the girl from the road. A different girl, but still someone. She waved. I hesitated, then waved back. That night, I wrote her name down, not the girl at the school. The other one. The one I never stopped for. I didn't know it at the time. I never asked. Never waited for sirens or names. But somehow, I think I always knew. I wrote it down. I lit a candle. And I said it out loud. It didn't fix anything. It didn't bring her back. But it mattered. Saying it mattered. I think that's what the strangers were waiting for all along. Not fear, not regret, but acknowledgement. Some pain you can't bury, you're not supposed to. You're supposed to carry it, learn how to walk differently with it, how to talk through it, how to stop letting it shape your whole damn life. And eventually, how to set it down. Not forget, but stop pretending it never happened. One night, I stood at my window and looked down at the street, the same way I had so many times before. And there, parked quietly at the curb, was the bus. Route 111. No driver. No passengers, just waiting. I didn't go down. I didn't need to. Instead, I stood there for a while, one hand on the glass, watching it. And when it finally pulled away, fading into the dark like a memory, I smiled. A real one. Because I'd already stepped off. And I wasn't going back. I'm not the kind of person who believes in ghosts. Or at least, I wasn't. My name is Owen Carter. I've spent most of my life building a respectable career in architecture, working with high-end developers to reshape skylines and leave my mark on the world. I've always considered myself practical, logical, a man who deals with blueprints and concrete, not myths and legends. But some things defy logic. Some things refuse to stay buried. I never told anyone about what happened when I was a kid. Not my wife, not my co-workers, not even my closest friends. I've spent decades pretending it never happened, convincing myself that I was just young, impressionable, making things up. And yet, I still wake up some nights, drenched in sweat, feeling something breathing at the foot of my bed. I can still hear it whispering. This is the story of how I lost my brother. I grew up in a small town in northern Maine, the kind of place where the trees stretch for miles, the winters are unforgiving, and kids have to invent their own fun. There weren't shopping malls or big amusement parks, just dense forests and old abandoned houses that held the kind of mysteries children couldn't resist. It was the early 90s, before smartphones and constant supervision. My older brother, Caleb, was 12, and I was 10. Our younger sister, Emily, was 8. We were close, the kind of siblings who got into trouble together, dared each other to do stupid things, and spent our summers exploring every inch of our neighborhood. One summer, Caleb heard about a game from one of the older kids at school, something called the penny game. It's like a magic 8-ball, he explained, pulling a wrinkled piece of notebook paper from his backpack. You ask a question, and the spirits answer. Emily wrinkled her nose. That's stupid. Caleb ignored her. He grabbed a penny from the counter, smoothing out the paper on the kitchen table. He had written the alphabet across the top, along with yes and no at the corners. All we do, he said, placing the penny in the middle, is rest our fingers on it and ask a question. I hesitated. I wasn't sure why, but something about it made me uneasy. Maybe it was the way Caleb looked so determined, his fingers gripping the edge of the table like he was waiting for something to happen. It's just a game, he said. So we played. The first few times nothing happened. We asked stupid questions. Will we be rich? Does Emily have a secret boyfriend? And when the penny finally moved, it was barely more than a slow crawl across the page. Yes, it spelled. We laughed. We kept playing. It became a thing we did on rainy afternoons, huddled in Caleb's room with nothing better to do. Then, one day, everything changed. It was late, the sky outside a heavy gray, rain hammering against the windows. Our parents had gone out to dinner, leaving us alone for the evening. Emily was watching cartoons in the living room, uninterested in our little ritual. Caleb and I sat at the table, the paper spread between us. Caleb grinned. "Want to ask it something creepy?" I swallowed. Like what? He thought for a second. Then, pressing his fingers lightly on the penny, he whispered, "Who are you?" The penny didn't move at first. Then, slowly, painfully, it dragged across the page. H. U N G R Yi. A chill ran down my spine. Caleb frowned. Hungry for what? The penny twitched. Then, with unnatural speed, it shot across the page. M. E. For a moment, neither of us spoke. Then, from somewhere behind us, deep in the shadows of the kitchen, came a noise. A low, guttural growl. We did not own a dog. My entire body locked up. Caleb went pale. I saw his hands trembling as he reached for the paper, crumpling it in his fists. "Nope, we're done." His voice was forced, strained. "It's just a stupid game." He grabbed the paper and tossed it in the sink, fumbling for the matches our dad kept in the cabinet. With shaking hands, he lit the edges, watching the flames curl around the paper. When it was nothing but blackened scraps, he turned on the faucet and let the water wash it away. The room felt lighter. I exhaled, trying to laugh it off. Well, that was weird. Caleb forced a grin. "Guess we won't be playing that again." And we didn't. At least not for a while. A few weeks later, everything changed. Our dad got a promotion, and we packed up our lives to move to a new town in Massachusetts. It was bigger, busier, and full of new opportunities. Emily was thrilled. Caleb was indifferent. But I noticed something was different about him. He stopped sleeping. At night, I would hear him shifting in his bed, tossing, turning, whispering under his breath. Sometimes, when I woke up to go to the bathroom, I'd see him sitting up, staring at the door, his hands gripping his blanket so tight his knuckles were white. "What's wrong with you?" I asked one morning. He looked at me, and I finally saw it. The dark circles under his eyes, the sunken look in his face, the sheer exhaustion. "It comes to my room," he whispered. I frowned. "What does?" Caleb swallowed. "The thing we talked to." I felt my stomach drop. "You're just having nightmares," I said, trying to sound rational. Caleb shook his head. "Number, I can hear it breathing, Owen. It stands by my bed. I feel the mattress dip when it leans in. It keeps saying the same thing over and over." I hesitated. "What does it say?" His voice was barely above a breath. "Feed me." I felt cold all over. For the first time, I looked at my brother and saw real fear. I wanted to tell him it was all in his head, that it was just his imagination. But something about the way he said it, the way his voice trembled, it made my skin crawl. "What do you want to do?" I finally asked. Caleb took a slow breath. "We need to talk to it." I felt my pulse quicken. "Are you insane?" "Number, this time we do it right. We get rid of it for good." I didn't argue. Because deep down, I was terrified he was right. That was on a Monday. By Friday night, our parents were out for the evening. Emily was watching television upstairs. Caleb and I sat at the dining table. The Ouija board lay before us. I struck a match to light the candles. The flame went out instantly. I struck another. Gone. The third time, it stayed lit. We placed our fingers on the planchette. Caleb took a breath. And we began. The candle flames flickered, casting long shadows against the walls. Outside, the wind had picked up, rattling the trees and making the old house creak as if it were alive. The Ouija board sat between us, the letters stark against the wooden surface. Caleb placed his fingers on the planchette first, nodding for me to do the same. I hesitated. Everything in me screamed that this was a mistake, but I pressed my fingers against the smooth plastic anyway. "Okay," Caleb whispered. "We do this carefully. We follow the rules." I swallowed hard. "And if it answers?" "Then we tell it to go away." It sounded simple enough, but something inside me knew that once we started, there would be no turning back. Caleb took a breath and spoke. "Is there a spirit here with us?" For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the planchette twitched. A slow, dragging movement so faint I almost convinced myself it was just our hands shaking, but then it moved again, deliberate and steady. Yai. E. S. A chill ran down my spine. Caleb's jaw tightened. "Who are you?" The planchette jerked sharply, faster this time. H. U. N. G. R. Yai. My fingers trembled. Caleb swallowed hard. "What do you want?" The answer came before he finished the question. F. O. O. D. Caleb shot me a glance. I could see the struggle on his face, his logical mind wrestling with the undeniable truth of what was happening. I wanted to throw the board across the room to break the planchette in half to stop whatever this was before it got worse. Instead, Caleb asked, "What kind of food?" The planchette hesitated. Then it spelled M. E. A. T. The word sent a sickening wave through my stomach. I could feel something watching us. Not in the casual way you feel eyes on you in a crowded room, but something deeper, more primal, like a presence pressing in from the edges of the room, unseen but undeniably there. I tried to steady my breath. "Caleb, I don't think we should." A sound cut me off. A low, wet, slurping noise like something licking its lips. I froze. It was coming from the corner of the room, the one cloaked in darkness, just beyond the reach of the candlelight. I couldn't see anything, but I could feel it. Caleb inhaled sharply. "We have to end this, now." He moved the planchette to goodbye. But before we could lift our hands, it yanked itself away. No. The candles flickered violently. The air in the room grew heavy, thick with something oppressive and suffocating. My pulse pounded in my ears. Then slowly, agonizingly, the planchette began moving again. N. O. T. F. I. N. I. S. H. E. D. My breath hitched. Caleb's face was pale. "Too bad," he muttered. "We're finishing this." He shoved the planchette back to goodbye with such force that I expected it to splinter. The moment it touched the word, the wind outside slammed against the house with a deafening roar. The front door burst open. Every candle blew out at once, and the house was swallowed in darkness. For a moment, neither of us moved. The only sound was our breathing, ragged and shallow. Then a soft noise broke the silence. A drip, drip, drip. It was coming from the kitchen. Caleb grabbed my arm. "Come on." I didn't want to move. Every instinct told me to stay right where I was. But Caleb was already standing, dragging me with him. The house was pitch black, The only light came from the moon filtering weakly through the windows. It cast everything in cold, silvery shadows, making the furniture look twisted and unfamiliar. We stepped into the kitchen and stopped. The sink was running. Not full blast, just a thin stream of water trickling down the drain. But that wasn't the part that made my stomach drop. The counter was covered in raw meat. Packages of ground beef, steak, chicken all torn open, the contents spilled across the surface like something had been searching for the perfect cut. Some pieces were missing chunks, ragged bites taken out of them. And in the center of the mess was the penny. The same one we had used for the penny game. It was standing on its edge, perfectly balanced. Caleb exhaled shakily. I didn't do this. I know. We stared at the scene for another moment before Caleb finally reached out and turned off the faucet. The sound of the water stopped, leaving only the deafening silence of the house. I swallowed hard. What do we do now? Caleb licked his lips. We follow the rules, we destroy the board. He grabbed it from the table and stormed toward the back door. I followed, heart pounding. The wind outside howled, bending the trees, shaking the house like it was trying to get in. Caleb grabbed the lighter from the shelf near the door and stepped onto the porch. I hesitated before joining him. We didn't say anything. We didn't need to. Caleb set the board on the ground, flicked the lighter, and held the flame to the wood. Nothing happened. The flame flickered uselessly, licking at the surface but refusing to catch. Caleb frowned and tried again. The same result. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. Then the back door slammed shut behind us. We both spun around. Through the glass, I saw something inside the house. A shadow, tall, watching, grinning. Then a deep, rasping voice whispered from behind us. More. Caleb grabbed my arm. Run. We didn't stop running until we reached the end of the street. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't dare slow down. We only stopped when we reached the old community church, its heavy wooden doors looming in front of us. Caleb doubled over, catching his breath. What the hell was that? I shook my head, still trying to process what I had seen, what I had felt. We need to go back, I said finally. Caleb shot me a look. Are you insane? We have to finish this. Caleb hesitated. Then, with a deep breath, he nodded. We walked back. The house was silent when we returned. The back door was wide open. The Ouija board was gone. And something had scrawled words across the kitchen wall in what looked like raw meat. You didn't feed me. My stomach turned. Caleb grabbed my wrist. His fingers dug into my skin. We are not staying here. For the first time, I agreed with him. We ran upstairs, waking Emily, grabbing our things, and getting the hell out. We never slept in that house again. But whatever we had let in, it wasn't done with us. We didn't sleep that night. Caleb, Emily, and I huddled in a cheap motel room across town, our belongings shoved hastily into backpacks. Our parents were still at their dinner, completely unaware that we had fled. Neither of us spoke about what had happened at the house. We just sat there, wide-eyed and silent, as if putting it into words would make it worse. But I already knew it was worse. I kept expecting something to follow us, something lurking in the corners of the room, something watching through the thin motel curtains. The presence I had felt in the house hadn't left my bones. It was still there, gnawing at my nerves, whispering in the back of my mind. More. 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 Caleb sat stiffly on the edge of the bed, staring at his hands. His fingers trembled slightly, barely noticeable, but I saw it. "We have to end this," I said finally. Caleb exhaled sharply, running a hand through his hair. "And how do you suggest we do that, Owen? We tried to burn it, and it wouldn't even catch fire." "We didn't close the game," I said. "We didn't follow the rules." Caleb glanced up at me. He knew I was right. Emily shifted uncomfortably. "I don't want to go back there." Neither did I. But I knew we didn't have a choice. We waited until sunrise. Our parents still weren't home when we returned, but I wasn't surprised. They were probably still at the dinner party, drinking and laughing, oblivious to the nightmare unfolding in their own home. The house was silent when we stepped inside, the kind of silence that presses against your ears, making everything feel unreal. The air smelled stale, metallic, like raw meat left in the heat for too long. The words were still there, smeared across the kitchen wall. "You didn't feed me." My stomach churned. Caleb clenched his jaw. "Let's find the board and finish this." We searched the entire house. The dining table was empty. The living room was untouched. The back porch was barren. Nothing left but the scorch marks from where we had tried to burn it. It was gone. Caleb swore under his breath. "Where the hell is it?" I turned slowly, my skin prickling. "The basement." I didn't want to say it. I didn't want to be right. But when I looked at Caleb, he already knew. Neither of us had ever liked the basement. It was unfinished, cluttered with old furniture and forgotten junk. The light bulb on the ceiling flickered when you pulled the chain, and the air always smelled damp like mildew and earth. We stood at the top of the stairs, staring down into the darkness. Emily shivered. "I'm not going down there." Caleb sighed. "Fine. Stay up here." I followed him down. The wooden steps groaned beneath our feet, the dust in the air thick and heavy. The basement wasn't big, just a narrow space with concrete walls, shelves lined with rusted tools, and piles of old furniture covered in moth-eaten sheets. And there, in the center of the floor, was the Ouija board. It sat perfectly still, untouched, as if it had been waiting for us. Caleb swallowed. "Let's get this over with." We knelt down, placing our fingers lightly on the planchette. For a second, nothing happened. Then the board shuddered beneath our hands. The planchette shot across the surface, moving so violently that I nearly pulled away. Huh. U-N-G-R. Yeah. I gritted my teeth. "We know." Caleb's voice was steady. "What do you want?" The planchette jerked. M-O-R-E. I felt a cold, sharp presence behind me. The hairs on my arms stood on end. Caleb didn't flinch. "We're ending this." The planchette slammed back to number. The air shifted. The entire basement grew impossibly cold, a dense pressure pushing against my chest like I had been submerged in deep water. Then, from the darkness, something moved. Not a shadow. Not a trick of the light. Something huge. It unfolded itself from the corner, towering over us, watching. Its limbs were long, wrong, shifting unnaturally as it crawled forward, its face shrouded in blackness. The only thing I could see was its mouth wide, grinning, teeth too sharp. Caleb and I both scrambled backward, but it was already there. The planchette moved. F. L. E. S. Huh. The thing laughed. A deep, gurgling sound that rattled in its throat, like something wet and decayed. Caleb grabbed my wrist. "Say goodbye." My voice barely worked. "Goodbye." The planchette didn't move. The air grew tighter, pressing against my lungs. The creature crawled closer, dragging itself forward in jerking motions, its fingers curling like talons. I choked. "Please, goodbye." It screeched, a sound so inhuman, so soul-wrenching that every nerve in my body seized. Caleb ripped the board off the floor, snapping it in half over his knee. Everything stopped. The air cracked like glass fracturing under pressure. The creature reeled back, its form distorting, unraveling, breaking apart in pieces. It shrieked as it collapsed in on itself, folding into the dark like something being pulled away by an unseen force. Then, silence. The air in the basement lifted. The pressure was gone. Caleb was shaking. His breathing was ragged, his hands clenched into fists. I stared at the broken board on the ground, my pulse still hammering. We stumbled back upstairs, locking the basement door behind us. Emily stared at us wide-eyed. "Is it over?" I swallowed hard. "I don't know." We never saw the board again. The house felt different afterward, lighter almost. The shadows weren't as deep, the silence not as suffocating. Our parents never questioned why we suddenly refused to sleep in the house. We moved out within the month, relocating to another town. But Caleb changed after that night. He never talked about what happened. He stopped playing video games, stopped laughing the way he used to. Some nights, I'd hear him awake in his room, staring at the ceiling. The nightmares never left him. And sometimes, even now, I see him flinch at the sound of something unseen. Like it's still there. Like it's still waiting. We never talked about that night. Not then, not years later, not even now. There were no explanations that could undo what we saw, no words that could make sense of something beyond the limits of reality. So, we did what we had to, pretended it never happened. We buried it. We moved on. Or at least we tried to. For months after we left that house, things were different. The three of us carried the weight of something unspoken, something lingering just outside the edges of our lives. Emily recovered the quickest. She was young enough to forget, or at least convince herself that it had been nothing but a bad dream. She went back to being her usual self, laughing, playing, slipping into the comfort of childhood, as if the horrors of that house had never touched her. I envied her for that, because for Caleb and me, forgetting wasn't an option. The thing in the basement had left its mark on us. Even after we moved into our new house, I would wake up in the middle of the night with the suffocating feeling that something was watching me. My room would feel too quiet, too still, as if I had been pulled into a space where the world no longer existed. And then there were the dreams. In them, I was always back in that basement. The air heavy, the darkness stretching endlessly. And in the farthest corner, something waiting. It never moved, never spoke, just watched. And though it never reached for me, I always woke up gasping, drenched in sweat, my heart hammering as if I had just barely escaped something I couldn't comprehend. But I got better. Slowly, the fear dulled, the memories faded, the dreams came less often. By the time I left for college, the past was just that, the past. Caleb, though, Caleb never got better. It wasn't just the nightmares with him. It was the way he changed. He used to be the fearless one, the loud one, the brother who was always daring me to push boundaries, to do something crazy, to take risks. But after that night, something in him shut down. He barely spoke, he barely slept, and he never let his room go completely dark. At first, I thought it was just the trauma catching up to him. But then, I started noticing other things. Strange, small things. Meat would go missing from the fridge, not full packages, but little pieces, just enough for someone to take without being noticed. I only realized it was happening when I caught Caleb sneaking raw steak into his room late one night. At first I thought he was just being weird, but then I remembered the words. "You didn't feed me." I wanted to believe it was just paranoia, that maybe he was just acting out, struggling to deal with whatever happened that night. But then I heard the whispers, late at night, coming from his room. They weren't loud, they weren't clear, but they were there. And sometimes, when I walked past his door, I swore I heard something breathing on the other side. When I finally confronted him, he just stared at me. "It's hungry," he said simply. His voice was empty, hollow. That was when I realized I had lost him. Not all at once. Not in a way that anyone else would notice. But piece by piece. And I didn't know how to get him back. The years passed. We grew up, went to college, moved to different cities, built our own lives. I went into architecture. Caleb bounced between jobs, never really settling anywhere. We didn't see each other often. Not because we didn't care, because it was easier not to. Because every time I saw him, I saw that night in his eyes. And every time I saw him, he looked worse. Paler, thinner, as if something was eating him from the inside out. It wasn't until last year that I finally realized the truth. Caleb disappeared 6 months ago. No calls, no messages. No sign of him at his last apartment. Nothing. At first I thought he had just gone off the grid. He had done it before, slipping away for weeks at a time, avoiding people, avoiding life. But this time was different. This time, there was no trace of him at all. And then, last week, a package arrived at my doorstep. No return address, no note. Just a single item inside. A Ouija board. It was old, warped, stained with something dark along the edges. I knew it wasn't the one we had used all those years ago. But the message scrawled across the back in faded, dried ink was enough to make my stomach drop. "Feed me." I felt a cold breath on the back of my neck. And for the first time in years, I heard it whisper again. More. That night, I didn't sleep. And for the first time in decades, I knew it was never about the game. It was about Caleb. It had chosen him. And now that he was gone,